come from all the way down the street. Oop, it's stuck in the tree. make it any taller. These freaking midgets have ruined my machine. Is it like throwing red color everywhere? Go away, wasp. So pretty. The view is incredible. But my phone is dead. Oh. not for the dog anymore.
Oh, wow. I've never actually looked back here before. Yeah, the dogs can totally see each other. Look at my cool backyard. Should probably shut this gate before I let the dog back out. I got my front yard situated yesterday a little bit. So this is what I was looking at from this view. I mean, just take a moment. When I was laying here, those ones right there were waving hello to me. They looked like little hands like this going like this. You see the shape of the little pods? There's like 3 on the end. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like they're little like hands on the end. And when I was there, the tree was waving at me. What? Scooch it. You know, we'll lay right there, not move at all. That's cool too. Can't tell that I fucking vacuumed yesterday. Would you like to go out in your new yard? Your new clean yard? You want to go check it out? Oh, look, a thing. I think I'm going to pee on it. Don't pee on it. Good boy. He's got a brush. I brushed him yesterday. He got a good brushing. Brusha, brusha, brusha. Yes, I love my nice yard. I have a nice house in general. I was like walking up to my freaking door yesterday. Might have been this morning. I might have checked the mail or something. I don't remember. Anyways, I was walking up my driveway and I was like looking at my house and I was just like, holy shit, dude. My house is fucking nice. Like, I have a nice house. The outside of it is nice. The inside of it is nice. Like, it's, you know, it's perfect. It's perfect for me, that's for sure. It is so perfect, and I love it so much. And I'm so happy that I have a house. I cannot believe that I existed this long. Thanks, Elliot. Good job. You just put it right on top of another plate. Great. I guess I better unload and load the dishwasher. Freaking everything in the refrigerator is bad. I'm so upset about that. Did somebody get more syrup? That was very sticky. Somebody decided they didn't have enough syrup. Why am I wearing my shoes in my kitchen? Where are all these bottles gonna go? He ate all the marshmallows too, that sneaky little shit. Fucking children. I need you here, you up here. I should know better when I walk in the kitchen. If I walk in the kitchen and this cabinet is open, definitely my son is up to something. I should make myself a cup of coffee. That sounds delicious. All these fucking bottles. I'm actually not very hairy. I used to be very hairy. They used to call me the monkey. Albino monkey. Because I had so much hair all over. I had like hair on my back that was so thick when I was like a baby that I had a cowlick in my back. But not anymore. Ever since I had a child, ever since I gave birth, like my body just doesn't make hair like it used to. My pubes aren't as, like, don't come down my legs as far. My leg hair doesn't grow hardly at all. I better sanitize this counter before I put stuff on it. Magic eraser. That's better.
different, am I right? Do you even recognize me? I mean, you probably do by my strawberry hat, but who is this Tina? It's me, Naomi John, Naomi Non, whatever you would like to call me. And today, we're making a trip. I can already tell you this video is gonna be crazy because it was literally like I was I wasn't, I swear. I will take you on a journey to Copenhagen to the restaurant called The Alchemist. The Alchemist in Copenhagen is widely considered one of the most unconventional dining destinations in the world. It's less of a traditional restaurant and more of a 6-hour multi-sensory holistic cuisine performance. It does have 2 Michelin stars and a Can Cross it on TikTok. Before I started on TikTok, I also heard about it. You probably also haven't, but that's why I want to dive into this. Because I've never seen anything like that before in a restaurant. You guys know I love testing restaurants and food in general, so this was something that really tickled my restaurant testing bone. When I saw how exclusive this restaurant is, it was so hard getting a freaking table there. Maybe that's also why it's so ooh. Like, I literally saw on TikTok how they're eating freaking eyeballs and butterflies. Not that I want to eat eyeballs and butterflies. I mean, that would be so weird, right? Out of nowhere, they'll drop tables for like the next 2 or 3 months, and it would be super quick. I did actually try it before, and I was too late, and then I didn't get any tables, and I had to try it twice, and then I got one in like December before June. Yeah, that's insane, isn't it? I also have to tell you, or maybe you already know, that I'm not the biggest fan of fine dining, and well, this I would definitely consider fine dining, because usually I was never happy with the food, and also I'm not a big fan of the service. It's like kind of cool to be pampered to the max, pamper maxing for a couple of hours, but I don't know, it just always feels weird about it, also kind of stiff, and yeah, I'm just not the biggest fan of fine dining. Fan dining. Oh, I will dine with you if you're my fan. What would you like to eat? I booked it for 2 people, and I paid 6,150 Danish crowns. DKK, is that it? Danish crazy crowns, which equals to 941 US dollars. This is for 2 people, but have in mind that that's not all you're gonna pay. Like, when you're there, you're still gonna have to pay the drinks and stuff. Like, this is just a deposit, kind of, which is insane. But get this, you can also book a table for the sommelier experience for $2,540 per person. That's actually insane. I'm losing the strawberry. So my mission, I'm gonna go there, I'm gonna eat the food there, I'm gonna spend the night there, and I'm gonna know if it's worth money, first of all, which I never think that can be the case with fine dining. Sorry. Let me try not to be biased. We're gonna go there together, we're gonna revisit it, I'm gonna show you what I did there, and now that I'm back, I really had a lot of thoughts and time to process what I experienced there, and I have mixed feelings. But let me not spoil it too much. Let's go to Copenhagen. Right there. First of all, when you get there, you'll have to be able to find it, because I didn't. It's kind of hidden. Like, it's not like there's like the sign, The Alchemist, and you walk into the door. It's like a kind of a crazy magical door. We're 5 minutes late because we're scared. Oh, the door's opening. I think that's it. There's like no name on it. It looks kind of mysterious, but luckily they know you're coming, so they already greet you. I had a table at like 7:15 p.m. so I was actually the last slot together with Sonia, my dear, beautiful, amazing assistant and manager. And right when you come in, you're greeted, you're given a little small introduction. The holistic dining. Holistic, exactly. Yes, so as they're combining more parts than just the food at the restaurant makes sense. I obviously told them that there was a film there. I just also saw immediately that there was like no lighting. Like my YouTuber heart, I was like, oh. Anyway, nothing that I saw from this restaurant beforehand could have prepared me for what they greeted us with. You can find in here one of the lightning circles. What fits your height the best? So just go this way and like I knew that this was going to be a freaky experience, but I didn't know how freaky. What the heck? Where is she? try? Zesty. Coming at you, Svenja. And I really didn't expect this freaky little bob-haired girl putting liquid into my mouth while dancing. Did you expect that? It's crazy. So after this interesting experience with Bob Girlie, we walked in and Enrico greeted us. He was our guide for the night, and he also spoke German. Apparently they knew that we were Germans, so they gave us a German Enrico, which is great. I just asked him to talk English for you guys. He also asked us what flavor the stuff that Bob Girlie gave us had. On my bottle was gooseberry, and on Svenja's bottle was peach. Gooseberry schmeckt. Was ist das überhaupt? Jetzt werde ich hier abgefangen. They basically fooled us because there was unripe strawberry juice in both of them. The second thing we got, or technically this counts as the first course, is the Daisy cocktail. Of course, it's a cocktail. Daisy's touch. We're not ever bonded. Don't ask me what that was. I'm sorry. Several I remember. I could also hear it on the video for some of them, but I didn't always catch what the hell we are eating or drinking.
Basically, the chocolate was made out of Mandarin. So I was born to bring something that is more on the fresher side, clearly tablet. And the inside the apple part was our version of pisco sour.
So much happening. I also want to take a moment to just talk about the etablissement. Enrico already told us that we'll be going through different rooms for the night. This is like the first room that we started at. Like there were also a couple of other people, but it was very weird. Like a weird room because right next to us you could see like chefing. Like I don't even know if they were actually doing something there or if it just was a show. And then there was also all these different type of ingredients in the shelves looking very weird and spacey and like magical potions. And then you could also see all the wine down there, and it's just, it was a very random room.
My bathroom is literally nothing but water bottles. Empty water bottles.
And I already
Gotta get rid of all that shit.
Did you watch the menu? Because literally that's what I felt like. Like I didn't feel uncomfortable. Also I felt uncomfortable. These ingredients, do you use them?
Some of them, yes.
What is the green one?
We have done like a kind of cocktail back in the days.
So it's a cocktail in there? Or
It's just a bacteria.
the bacteria? That's so random. I kind of want to drink it.
When it comes to cocktails, normally you have to use oranges. On oranges, we are only taking the regular ones for most quickly. They have a really strong ginger and lemon was aromatic.
Do we eat the end?
We have prepared some more insects, so it's up to you.
It actually reminds me of a martini I always drank in my school times. A martini I stole out of my mom's basement. It tastes like that. Memories. The second thing we got is a smoky ball, and it was basically a pani puri topped with caviar and flowers. Do we eat this?
You can try, of course, but wouldn't recommend it.
And what I didn't realize is that there was smoke inside. Little flowers. That was cute. Oh. Ah, oh my god, there's smoke. Ah. I fucked it up. Pretty sure I was eating it raw. A cool experience, but flavor-wise, it was a pani puri with caviar. I mean, I love caviar. And then we already got such a crazy dish, which was the butterfly.
So we are one of the first restaurants in the world who could figure out the protein content from this really beautiful butterfly. Insects are so much healthier.
I was kind of scared of it, but also kind of fascinated, because they said they literally collab with a farm that farms the butterflies. Then they are freeze-dried and like made to look good again. Like that was the first thing where I felt like kind of like, what the fuck are we doing here? But then again, like I've tried insects before. Like for example, at the Thai Park in Berlin, and I didn't really.
Why would you eat a butterfly? Butterflies taste terrible. That's why birds don't eat them.
It's like not very known for eating it. Like it's not very normalized. We've never seen anybody eat a butterfly, so that's why it kind of makes us feel weird. It is still an insect. It's just a pretty insect, you know. So that's why we're like thrown off. You know what I mean? Like, what's the difference between like eating a cricket and a butterfly. That's actually
Ooh, butterflies are
nothing about it.
are sour and don't taste good by design.
I mean, I don't taste butterfly, but I'm not sure what I'm gonna taste when I eat butterfly. I just taste the leaf and the sauce that's underneath the butterfly. But I just ate a lot of protein, apparently. Tastes like chips. But it's not like I'm gonna start eating butterflies in my daily life now. Like, imagine you're going to the gym and then just like your after gym snacks. Butterfly. I can tell you the butterfly didn't really taste like anything. I mean, insects in general, they don't taste like so much. It's just the texture.
You will eat the
It
bugs!
was just weird to feel the butterfly in your mouth. I have to admit that. Like, what do you think about the, should we be eating butterflies? Like, if we eat meat, why wouldn't we eat butterflies? Technically, you know? Happy for astronauts?
Yeah, the bread was under.
Oh, this.
Like the sherry and stuff. Okay. Black bread, by the way, yeah, it's made out of a really tiny drop of soy sauce, which is aged for nearly 10 years. It's a really tiny drop which we are taking, and then we are basically finding so much air inside that we get a really fluffy texture. Afterwards, we have fish right here.
So they made this out of soy sauce. Ooh, it's melting in my hand. I need to eat it quick. No. I'm just let it go. I'm not caviar, whatever. But it was very interesting because when you first put it in your mouth, it does feel like bread, but then it kind of melts and it liquefies. Enrico also told us that this way of making bread out of other things, apparently, like they don't just do soy sauce, don't ask me what else though. They work together with a children's hospital.
So we try our best to make food more healthy. We also give a little bit of quality more to the kids. When you try to eat this, they have feeling you eat something that's more salty. But then it just gives a meal thing,
True.
and it cannot damage something. That's a boss.
Science bit. Actually, kind of interesting. I'm just wondering, like, how does this work? Like, do they do it every day? Are they trying to implement this to more children's hospitals, or like trying to make this a method that society can actually use? Kind of like an interesting approach. It kind of sounded like he told us that. So we think like, oh my god, they're changing the world. Definitely an interesting backstory. And also it was delicious, no doubt. Huge! It glitters!
The Nordic dosa. Dosa is a really historical dish from India.
Dosa? I know dosa.
But you want to bring our own version of Nordic dish. It's also the reason why they're using a smoked fish and something like a rare seed.
And the glitter?
And it's honey gold powder.
Just for fun. Okay. Glitter is always fun. It looks like a macaron, but it was inspired by dosa, so... Anyway. We're fine. What is this consistency? It's very cheesy. Can you see the glitter? Oh my god. Y'all, this next thing they served us was the perfect omelette, allegedly. It looks like a scoop of ice cream or butter, but it was literally a membrane filled with egg yolk and like truffle on top. I've never seen an omelette like that. How am I supposed to eat it? That was crazy. It's literally like a balloon, not like a ball sack. And the inside was just like egg yolk, but like very super flavorful egg yolk. Wow. I wouldn't really consider this an omelet, but this was definitely hazy. I can already tell you, I've never eaten anything like this. I'm still so confused. Are we gonna get killed? I feel like they're gonna serve us all this food and then they're gonna kill us. Also with this music, because it's not really healthy. Wait, don't say anything. This is your version of gulab jamun. Okay.
This is our quintas. Here we took inspiration from a classic tapas spot in Spain, from Barcelona. That's the reason why we have created a mocha dumpling. We tried to do a little bit smoother.
There can never be enough butter. She's the
Green tea?
Yeah. It's cheese ball. I love cheese balls. I love balls really Yes, really enjoying it. I'm just like stuffing my face with it. She's like being content for 7 minutes. Guys, look at the glass look. I have this like sugar glass look, which is so cool. I've never seen this before in my life. I want these at home.
using again a mochi, or we have created mochi dash. This one is heated up 15 times to get a really specific texture. It's filled with fermented lobster and crushed with chili oil. We are using the yeast to do a natural fermentation, and then we add in some guava just to get the smell.
Guave. First, you take a sip of the drink. They go guave. It's like a juice. And then you take the bubbling.
Almost had a splinter under my nail.
It's like the savory mochi and a little spicy. What is this consistency? It's like a mochi. It's very, very chewy. Not sure what the guave does for the mochi, but the mochi is great. So that was the first 9 courses in this very room, and after those, we were sent somewhere else. Let me just give you a verdict of this first room. You just have to get used to sitting there. The music is also very loud. There's different people coming all the time, except of Enrico. Like, Enrico was definitely there all the time, like all the time. I have to say, these first 9 courses were already better than anything I've had in my fine dining experiences. And like I said, I was quite skeptical. I love hating on fine dining. But I have to say, I still think about this perfect omelette because I've never had anything like this. Like, that is definitely a dish that I would call a fine dining experience. I don't know what else to say about it. Like, who the fuck has this idea to put egg yolk in a membrane? I wouldn't.
Omiguri,
My breakfast.
right? Isn't onigiri
Follow me. Have you ever seen that much wine?
egg on top of rice?
Currently, it's around 2 million euros for large wood seller.
This next room we were in was kind of this huge round kuppel. There was also a projection onto the ceiling, and again, very loud music, but this time, like, it was more of like a restaurant experience. Like, the first room was very like just sitting down and just waiting for my doctor's appointment in a fancy way. Guys, this whole fucking ceiling, it's literally giving like bad trip, or maybe good trip, I don't know. I've never had a good or a bad trip. It's like slightly moving, and it's kind of scary. Oh my god, it's giving Alice in Wonderland. There's like no life here. Oh, it's getting water. Some normal blood this time. Oh, there you are again. He's back.
Therefore, this shiso is based on some campsite. There's a little bit sweetness, so it's not bone dry. We are basically using agar-agar to make it clean, clear, and a little more creamy.
I don't know what this is. I do something with sake and avocado. That's all I got. Look how big this ice cube is. Oh, it's back. Our first course in the next room was moon jellyfish.
Moon jellyfish is one of the invasive species here in Denmark. Because of global warming, so the ocean was getting quite warm, was making perfect condition for the moon jellyfish, and also a little bit powerful. So we took all the natural predators out, which is meaning they had it.
It took me some time to get there, but I finally understood what they were doing. The moon jellyfish in Copenhagen is an invasive species, like it kills other species. The herring is the moon jellyfish. Usually that's what nature does, but they cut the herring to prepare for the restaurant, or just people generally eat herring, which made the moon jellyfish go crazy. Like, they don't moon jellyfish all the time, because no one was eating moon jellyfish. And then they decided they're gonna make a dish out of this moon jellyfish to balance out nature again. I've never eaten jellyfish.
Are you ready?
It's the first time for you.
Yes.
Okay.
So also I've never eaten a butterfly, so
You ready?
I'm not sure about this, to be honest.
It's hot out there.
I don't understand this one. It literally just
Water.
tastes like pure
Some water.
made with agar-agar. And I know about agar-agar. The sad part was it wasn't really good. I don't know, maybe I'm just not the type for jellyfish, but yeah, that was definitely not my course. And then Mama had to go to the toilet. Let me take you to the toilet with me. Toilets look fairly basic.
Mom tries to figure it out, boo-boo.
Next is the eyeball. This eyeball course is called 1984, which is apparently inspired by the novel by George Orwell. I've never read this book, but apparently it is kind of about like a futuristic society, which is kind of fucked up. And Rico told us they served this because kind of
Naomi, you should be ashamed of yourself for being a content creator in 2026 and never having read 1984.
this is what we're living in right now, what he describes in the book. And it's just a little reminder that we're fucked up. Also, I kind of... Is that on purpose?
Of course, we noticed. Because you have to take a spoon. You have to You need to dig it in. You have to try all layers together. So dig in until you run them, and then
Ew, that's They also have apparently 20 different ones of these eyeballs with different eyeballs, and then they give you the eyeball that resembles your eyeball the most. I've said eyeball so much. What the fuck is this word? Eyeball. There was also different layers inside this eyeball, topped with caviar, and then kind of potatoes, avocado. I actually don't remember.
That's the kind of girl we like around here.
It's gonna be good. Like, I feel like that's just the easy way out, you know?
Just give a little napkin you have designed for your fingertips. So when you eat it with your hands, you can just refresh them.
My nails are too long. I can just refresh my nails.
this is actually pressure cooked candy. Pressure cooking is stabilizing the proteins, so creating a very dense block, but it is 100% candy.
It's a caviar chip. Is that crazy here?
I'll take a potato chip.
Don't eat the whole thing in one bite.
It tastes like a potato chip, but with caviar on top and sour cream. I'm not sure about the consistency of the caviar because it's like, it's a bit weird, but delicious. It's alright. And then I would join it again, taking it bit by bit, and I got the whole thing in. This was uni, sea urchin, and I've already tried sea urchin in Japan once, and it really wasn't my thing, so I'm kind of scared of this one, but maybe you won't taste it so much. Also, it's very pretty. It's just like flowers. Where is the sea urchin? Do you not think it's too strong? I didn't taste the sea urchin, but I'm also not sure if you can actually taste it. It's more like a texture thing. It looked dreamy, but I tasted this wasabi, so I don't know about that one. Aftertaste is very oceany. The ocean is in your mouth, but I was only getting it now. I didn't know while I was eating it. That's interesting, but it's not very good. If you just look up at this guy, it's just very psychedelic almost. It's vibey a lot, and since it's like not that light here, you don't even pay so much attention to the people around you. It's kind of creepy, I'm not gonna lie. I still feel like I'm like chilling. I feel like every music is maybe listen to it. Finished off with some fermented to make the pot. So apparently it is lobster salad reshaped into lobster claw and then fried. And this is some kind of dipping sauce. I don't really taste lobster, but the sauce is amazing. I think it's butter. They're not gonna read it up. That's great. Butter is so good.
Så det är ganz speziell zwischen mir.
Oh, so ganz spezieller Tisch? Du sagst bestimmt zu jedem Tisch.
Sogar bezahlt mir jemand an.
This is the best coffee cup on the planet. It holds so much liquid. And, oh, I love you too, weaponized cats. Thank you for the sparkles. And potato. This is my favorite coffee cup in the whole wide world, and I'm terrified that it has lead in it and then it's not actually supposed to be used as a coffee cup, but there isn't really any color on the inside, so that's the saving grace. The fact that it has this rubber bottom makes me curious. Like, is this supposed to be like holding grasses for style?
Secrets. Enjoy a romantic moment with the tongue. Give it a long French kiss. And please don't bite.
Yeah, good. I don't want to French kiss this dog. Oh my god, I'm not sure about this one. I hated to touch the tongue with my tongue. I'm still gonna finish it. So weird. I don't know. She doesn't know. I also don't know. I really don't know about this one. Yes, there's something on there, Svenja. Finish it. Imagine they're just giving the same tongue to every guest. That's actually kind of disturbing. It's made from silicone. This is the weirdest consistency ever.
Ew, it looks like a testicle on the bottom. This is gross.
So make the white beans, do you depend in like
They're just doing that to laugh at you.
Hey, that's me. Why?
As someone who
That's really awkward.
I went to culinary school, and in culinary school, you know, you meet chefs. And those people are obsessed with horror movies. They're into anime. These are guys that are twisted senses of humor. Not necessarily
Did you look at my
the most
Instagram?
pure of
It's
minds.
cheeky. Wait, where am I swiping it in?
into the cream itself?
This is green. I'm green.
It's like castellated beans.
What? That's insane. Oh no! What happened to me? Somebody wants to kill me. This is like right out of a horror movie. It tastes a little bit like potato puree with bacon. It's giving took. I love that I finally have some light in this place. The cocktail. It's red. Why are you touching it like this?
Because
Stop! Stop it. Can also.
nobody, I mean, everyone is playing videos, but I said,
Why is it pulsating?
our food for thought. Here we are using lamb brain as one of the main ingredients. Because brain is one of the part of the animal which goes normally to nutrition. Same with insects, we want to make a little bit more common, more popular. So we have done with the lamb brain a cream, mix it together with Madeira to get a tiny bit sweetness. We also use a 3D printer to print our own mold, which looks like a tiny brain.
So what am I eating?
Basically the little,
This?
like it. Yeah, exactly, like the little sandwich here.
And this. Okay. Svenja's like, I checked out. Just calm down, pulsating brain. I'm gonna eat this now. It's sweet. It's a little weird. Are we eating brain?
The thing that makes me the most uncomfortable at fine dining experiences is that you're given your own like garçon, and so like the server basically stands there and explains everything to you and then watches you eat it. But there is something about, okay, it's like I don't like it when people watch me open gifts that they've wrapped. I also don't like people watching me eat food that they made. I don't know why, but why are you watching me so closely eat this? What'd you do to it? I will say that it is a trauma response because I was tortured like growing up. So people did do stuff like that to me. But I still don't like it. I've had pranks played on me too much, and by pranks I mean I've been tortured.
Brown tart.
Well, the brown part is truffle. It's winter truffle from Australia. Crust itself is in the middle.
Ah. Oh. It's red.
It's a surprise. It's not red.
It's not red?
No.
It looks red. I don't know about this one. I'm not sure if I want to eat a pigeon, but also, what's the difference of eating a pigeon and a chicken? I don't like that. I don't like the texture of that. That is pigeon.
It's raw.
I don't know if I want to eat pigeon. Again, what's the difference of eating pigeon and a chicken? It's just not common. Like, if you eat meat, it's both bad, you know? It really also tastes a lot like truffle. I already spoke myself out against foam in fine dining restaurants. I hate when they make foam textures. I think it's so unnecessary. As we already said, it's so overstimulating because they also get the food quite fast to you. Like, you're done with one thing and then
It's
you're
just
already
one bite.
eating. It's also good because you really feel like you're on drugs. I mean, I would assume that is what it feels like. So, like, I know. When the music changes and the visuals change, it's kind of scary. They also said this was not edible because it's beeswax. Okay, yeah, maybe it's not edible.
It's a broccoli hybrid. As you can see, it's really fluffy, really crunchy.
Fluffy and crunchy? How's that even possible? Damn.
It's made of 27 layer potato chips.
Potato shit?
Yes.
Oh. You're cutting little sushi rolls.
Yeah, exactly. Then we freeze it, and they can run away.
Do you want my coffee to be ready?
Freeze it, then you unfreeze it, and you freeze it again. I feel like.
There's gonna be a sauce, which is made from roasted yeast.
I don't like people either very much, Gio.
I think I might have to
If you don't like people, you definitely shouldn't be in my comment section. Yeah, I have what they call resting bitch face, and most autistic women have that.
Wow. That is the softest ham I've ever eaten. It's a little too hammy. I think I would need a little more of the bread, but that's good. Guys, I swear to God, I went into this thinking I'm going to be super critical because I usually don't like fine dining, and I think every freaking course is overrated. But so far, I'm pleasantly surprised.
Next impression is our cordyceps. Do you know the Last of Us?
Yeah.
Last of Us is inspired by the cordyceps. So the cordyceps are basically growing on bugs and insects, basically taking control over the insects and forcing
Take
them to
control over the insects.
Exactly. The cordyceps are extremely healthy. You can reduce blood pressure, for example. And
Where's my... There they are, right there. Exactly where I needed them, exactly when I needed them.
Exactly.
Wait, am I also eating this?
Yes, everything. Everything what you can find. Yes, exactly.
Am I going to turn into a clicker?
Maybe. That would be great.
Cool content.
Oh, come on. It dried out. Fuck.
Oh my God, it tastes like a mushroom. Oh. That is the richest broth I've ever tasted in my whole life. It tastes so much like umami mushroom flavor.
That broth I made the other day was the richest broth I've ever had. That is the word for it. Rich. It was like thick and... I need to check on my kid.
Yeah, exactly. And everything in my mouth is activated. I never had this feeling in general before. Is this what good sex feels like? This is my baby right there. My quarter baby. Very good.
So the next one is our hunger, a really important ration for us because we want to talk more about the hunger situation in the world. Still more than 800 million people around the world has to go to hunger.
My child is grown up and he just wants to hang out with his friends all the time.
Maybe it's a really good solution. That's the reason why we are serving red.
Makes me really
We are
happy.
thinking Like it could be the best solution against hunger. It's a tiny animal, don't need so much space, not so much food, but they have a really good protein content and a low fat content.
It kind of does feel weird to eat something that is like dedicated to world hunger while I'm not hungry. You know what I mean?
That's the point, but
You son of a bitch.
a solution we have to think about. What?
Why aren't you working? Am I that greasy right now?
But the fact that we're still like in this restaurant paying $600 for this whole experience while they're talking about world hunger is weird, right? The same. There's ravens coming.
Good girl. See, she's a real person and she realizes how fucking bizarre what they're doing is.
That wouldn't happen. I can't tell when.
They charge $600-700 for a fucking plate and then preach to you about world hunger. Typical. Typical.
We have made our own mealworm garum, which is basically the cream on the glass. Then some insects and some flowers to represent the nature. You can just lick it up, or you can use the tool which is behind when you like to enjoy this in a more elegant way.
Boom. Yeah. So I just dumped out the leftovers from that lamb stew that I made, and it was thick.
Without saying anything.
She was a thick bitch.
The burnout that you get. Because globally we still have a huge problem with all the caged wing animals. They never see the outside, they never see anything beautiful of our world, but also they're caged in such little cages, or so many of those wing animals, that they don't have even any space to move around there or to use their wings. And if we treat animals this way, we should also not expect to get something good to enjoy for ourselves afterwards. So we caged some very happy free-range chicken for you tonight over here. Is it real chicken? Yes, the claw inside is not edible. It is real, but it's not edible. Chicken souffle made with fjord shrimps and green Thai curry. Then
They have a real chicken foot,
and it's rolled in crunchy
but you can't
shrimps
eat
and,
it.
cooked potatoes.
So they just have a wasted chicken
I
foot.
know, I shouldn't feel weird eating this. I know that's the point of it. I also don't like it that much. I think it's kind of like slimy. That was a crazy one.
The next one is a little palate cleanser before we are going to the sweet part. It's our Woodruff. Woodruff
I love wood royal. The Germans love Waldmeister.
Exactly. And then we have some garden salt, white chocolates, and tonka beans.
Where's the white chocolate? Where's the other bean?
Underneath.
So I love
So you have to crush basically the top part, and then you have to enjoy both together.
Also Tonkabohnen und ich sind ganz große Freunde. I love Woodruff flavor. It's just not so popular outside of Germany. Oh my god, the music is going crazy again. I love tonka bean. Not sure if I would necessarily pair it with Woodruff. Like the freshness of the Woodruff with the creaminess of the tonka bean. She loves it. I can't look into the air anymore. My neck hurts.
Another fire.
Das ist ja cool.
Our
Fire contained.
wish for peace. Sadaki Sasaki, she was survived in Hiroshima, and when she was in the hospital, she was folding 1,000 of this little origamis, little crane.
Oh my god.
When you fold 1,000 of them, you have basically one wish for free. And she was using this not for herself, she was wishing like for freedom and on earth. We're using the Japanese roots to make the paper, then we are folding the origami, and then underneath the little egg is made out of yolk, rice, ice cream.
Cheers. It's so pretty. The ice cream is amazing. He said the ice cream was burnt right. It didn't get that burnt, but really good. So we gotta guess all the flavors now. I already don't know. I'm already confused. I know this flavor. Is it not bitter? No. I don't know. Don't let me guess.
I don't have any milk.
It's so sour. Why did they give me so many drinks?
Wish I could send Elliot to the store.
Also Mandarine war die Grundbasis. Wir haben eingehend mit Lakritze gehabt.
Licorice? Saffron.
Also bitter Orange. Oben haben wir dann pure Zitronensäure gehabt. So the next one is our 8 layers of life. For us, it's really important to talk more about organ connection. And it's also the reason why we are using 8 different ingredients for this one. Hibiscus, sour chili, black pepper, black olives, chocolate, sugar, a little bit coconuts, and we are using deer blood.
Huh?
Yeah, deer blood.
Oh, dear blood.
Deer blood. So you're putting it in a bag with kochi yeast. Ich würde es tatsächlich, genau, einfach so ein bisschen wirklich halbieren.
It's not for me. I feel like I do taste the blood. And it's not like that. What's up with this? It feels so bad not wanting to eat it, but like, sorry, alchemist, but you did miss with this one.
Alchemist with this one.
Our
Ah,
solution,
ah.
because
I wonder if
use a
I wanna
Japanese art technique.
take a chance by adding these collagen peptides to my coffee.
2 layers.
Funny.
This one, you should be able to see a kind of rape here in the middle. Inside is our own chocolate bar. Here we have really strong operation.
No, I lost it. Where is it?
So here we are using the spent grain, which goes now into the trash. And
What's what cream?
spent grain. So all the leftovers from the beer production.
From beer production.
Yes, exactly.
Then it was time for the next room, and all I can tell you is that this was the room of balls. Oh yeah. Oh, it's actually such a little touch. Oh, yeah.
Your wig's gonna come off, girl.
Y'all, you made it to the yellow door, everyone. Is she still here? Is she? Where?
Yum. Coffee is
This
good.
is the kitchen, and this is also where they work.
Dude, right? How much liquid can this that's what I was saying. It holds so much liquid.
So it was kind of interesting.
It doesn't look as big as it is. It holds so much liquid. And because the opening is smaller than the body of it, it like makes your stuff stay warm longer. It like, you know, can't steam out as easily.
And the center is Tasmanian leatherwood honey and ginger. And there was also a random ant on the inside because why not?
They just cannot stop putting the ends in it. Honestly, it looks like a caramel bonbon. We're gonna take that too. I'm too high for this. It's spicy.
Did she say I'm too high for this?
It's not good, I think.
It's so spicy. Maybe don't eat this all at once. Oh.
Yesterday,
For 84 hours. I've lost the feeling of time and space. I don't know what my name is anymore and where we are. I don't know what I'm drinking. I think the freaking ginger notebook is just erased all of them.
This next one was so random. It was a rooster's comb, which was cooked. So basically, there's just
The brain mug.
gelatin left, and they also put some
For all the reasons.
Tahiti vanilla. So in the end, it is a gummy bear, kind of. And you know what? I'll just let my facial expressions speak
Yeah.
for themselves.
It like holds a lot. This is my favorite mug, but I worry that it might not be for drinking and it might have lead. So I do worry about that because it has like, you see there's rubber on the bottom. It's got like a rubber grippiness on the bottom, and I just can't fathom that someone would put that kind of a thing on there anticipating this to be washed regularly. You know what I'm saying?
We talk so much about
Also, whoever made this is a freaking genius. The way the handle is designed, it's perfect for my tiny little hand. It has a groove in the top, so your thumb fits in there perfectly, and you get a good grip on it no matter what, you know, angle you're trying to grab it from. Like you can get on there. I love this handle. Also with this extra little tip at the back, it's literally ergonomic to a, because this is really heavy. When it's full of liquid, it's really heavy. If it was not designed like this, it would be, the mug would be going, hold on, I have another mug around here, I think. I don't have another one around here.
So that was my.
But when it's rounded like that and it's really heavy, the mug actually does that. It like tilts in your hand and then it spills if it doesn't have that flat part right there to stop your hand, or it's hard. You put a lot of pressure on your finger here. Oh yeah, this mug is cool too because it's, you put your cookies in there. You got your milk and your cookies. And then this is the newest. I haven't even taken the sticker off. I've had it for like a year. I've never used it.
I do have to say
There.
it was a great experience. Just when we look at the food,
I should go get my P&W cup that Elliot got me.
Experience in general, but we do have to also mention that this is entertainment for rich people. Obviously, you would never go there if you don't want to spend 800 euros per person, or can't, obviously. And especially like if you look at the themes for the different courses, there were a lot of courses that made me feel weird, not in the sense of that, oh, that's an issue in the world and now I have to think about it, more as in like, we are an elite restaurant, there's only rich people here, and now this is a dish about world hunger and people are starving in the world. Think about it. To me, this was kind of like an absurd situation, because yeah, I do like that they do socially critical courses with a backstory, but I'm still sitting in this restaurant paying 800 euros per person, and I am enjoying luxury. Like, there's no doubt that The Alchemist is a technically flawless, brilliant restaurant that performs a performance, but they definitely market themselves and like a lot of their courses as social critique. But I feel like at the end of the day, it does remain entertainment for rich people, like I said, even if they say it's social critique, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's just a way to pacify the conscience for a couple of hours without really changing the world. That was the crazy sentence. Like, I do like the fact that they try to make you think about it, but still, to me, it is a paradox. I feel like you got my point that this whole night was definitely good entertainment, but very absurd in a lot of ways. I want to tell you how much I paid in the end, because I do have the final invoice here. I do have to say, they didn't charge me for the drinks, because apparently they liked us so much. This is not sponsored. They just did that, okay? In the end, minus the drinks, and also with the prepayment that I did, I paid 11,1200 crowns, which is 1,713 US dollars for 2 people. Like, that is definitely the most money I've ever spent on food in one night, in one dinner setting. It was 33 courses in 6 hours that we were there, but that's still wow. Anyway, this video was very interesting for me, at least. Please let me know your thoughts in the comments. I feel like this is a topic where I really want to know your opinion, because it is so complex in a way. But also maybe it isn't. I don't know. It's just, I really want to know what you think about this. I really gotta go now. My battery's on 1%.
Use the water from my air conditioning unit to moisten the soil in my plants.
And also Naomi John on. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you in the next
Weaving
video.
sword.
I'm wearing no pants again, so I'm just gonna.
I watched The Odyssey last night, and one thing I could not keep my eyes off of was Penelope's loop. So I'm going to try to construct my very own Bronze Age kind of inspired work with a loom. While we talk
I want a loom.
about the mythology around weaving, spinning, and fiber arts in the Greek and Bronze Ages, how this loom even works, including how Penelope managed to kind of trick her suitors, and how that kind of weaves into the rest of the story in a symbolic way, in my opinion. And what was she even weaving, and what was the significance of the piece of fabric that she had on her loom? I think the first thing that stood out to me when I was going back and refreshing my memory a little bit on the poem The Odyssey, word for loom and the word for ship mast is the
Oh,
same
for
thing.
a tea bag?
It's Pistos.
I've always wondered. I've used it for cookies,
And I
but
think
that's
kind of the
genius.
first very interesting tie between Penelope and Odysseus in the story, because Penelope is standing at her loom in order to suspend her time and buy her time to get back to Odysseus, and Odysseus lashes himself to the mast of his ship in order to get past the
I don't think
sirens.
it's a big
So
enough.
they're both using their
I don't think it's a big
histos in order
enough
to survive
cup.
and come back to each other.
It
More
needs to be
accurately,
hold
the word
more
means
liquid
standing things.
for me to drink tea out of it. I wouldn't go to that to drink tea. I would go for something like this. But I like big mugs. I want a big amount of liquid. I don't want to go through the whole process of like getting water hot to make tea or coffee and only do it for like 4 ounces of liquid. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm going to go through the process, I'm going to go through the process, and otherwise I just won't bother. You know, if it's only for like a little, I'm just not even gonna bother. I don't need that bad. It's not worth all the trouble to get to it. It's kind of how I choose to live my life, actually. If the reward isn't like worth it, I just won't even bother.
These are literally just pieces of wood that I was able to gather that were kind of the right size, shape, and length to make a fully functioning Bronze Age ancient Greek loom. The warp-weighted loom that I'm building right now is a lot more ancient than even ancient Greece. It existed for a long time before the Odyssey takes place, or the Odyssey is written down, or the events in it take place. So this is a very well-known loom type, and it was used in Scandinavia regularly.
Where do you find the fucking manuals to,
and I think
like,
it's very, very
where did
interesting.
she go? Okay, so I want to build a loom like that, but like, what, do I have to go fucking rent a book on ancient history in order to like, and then just puzzle it out myself? Where's the fucking YouTube video of someone describing how to do it for me?
That Penelope uses it in order to trick the people who are trying to overthrow her kingdom from her and her husband Odysseus by unweaving the weaving at night. And I want to test that and see how easy it is to unweave my weaving that I do for a little bit on this loom at night by lantern light. And with that stick, our loom is actually complete. A warp-braided loom is an ingenious piece of technology, but I can literally make it with a few branches, and I'm going to go in my backyard and pick up some stones for my warp weights, and then we will get this loom worked up, and we'll talk a little bit about how fibercrafts and mythology and life were so intertwined. Homer's poems, both in the Odyssey and the Iliad, have so much weaving in it as symbolism for life and the future. And so I think it's interesting to talk a little bit about that before I weave a little bit and show you what exactly was Penelope weaving on her loom in the Odyssey. fabrics of this time. This is actually the first time I'm ever tablet weaving, and it is so satisfying to watch the progress. But while I'm doing that, why don't I talk a little bit about why weaving and fiber crafts are so ingrained in the story of the Odyssey and the Iliad and a lot of things of the time. So in Greek mythology, weaving and spinning wasn't just a
Call Grandpa Josh, FaceTime on speaker. I didn't mean to, it just automatically did it. Hold on. Come on! Oh. I don't know where your Gatorade is. Here, I got you a liquid IV going. Daddy's on the phone in the kitchen. Hello!
Hey, what's going on? Hey,
I was on the phone.
Fibercraft. It was literally how life was created. In Greek mythology, lives and deaths.
My fucking husband is doing the husband job. Okay, so as a woman, as a solo adult mother, okay, life is very overwhelming. The whole point of partnership is the partner takes some of the mental load off of the other person, you know, and that's exactly, so like I've been so overwhelmed the last month since like Josh and Elliot were out of town. Elliot was at camp and Josh was, you know, in the other state with him. So I was here by myself. I had all this crap happening. My truck broke down. My bus suddenly needs to be rehomed. Like all this crap's going on at work with each of my clients has their own like life and drama happening too. So like there's just like all of these things happening in my life that are just like fucking overwhelming. Anyways, so they're replacing my carpet tomorrow. So I had to disassemble the bed that I just put the bed together for my son June 17th or 18th, something like that, right around his birthday. So I just put that bed together, but now we had to disassemble it. And it was the idea of disassembling this bed is just so overwhelming, the thought of all of it and everything else that I have going on. I just literally couldn't do it. I just was shutting down. So my husband, bless his soul, came here. He checked my truck he figured out, he ran the codes on it, and we found out the problem with the truck. So he figured out what was wrong with my truck. He came here and he just took charge. He didn't ask me what to do. He didn't tell me, hey, like, can I go do this or this? No, he just went, all right, I'm going upstairs and I'm starting to take the bed apart. And so I went in there and I started to get overwhelmed. And I was like, okay, well, like, what, you know, all these pieces are going to da-da-da and it's going to get lost, all these screws, and how we're going to keep it together. And it's not as straightforward as you think. And da-da-da-da-da. And he's like, I got this. Just, I'll tell you when I need help and you can help me. But other than that, he's like, I've got this. I've got this. And he did. He literally fucking had it. He got it. He had me hold pieces that were gonna, you know, obviously break when he unscrewed another piece, but he got the bed disassembled in a sensible way. He just got it taken care of. And like, I no longer have to worry about that thing. He just took charge and he just did it. I didn't even have to give him a list. I didn't have to do anything. He just did it. It is like literally what husbands are made for. And then he fucking calls me today, just now, we just got off the phone, and he's like, hey, just so you know, the part to your truck will be here tomorrow. I ordered the part. He's like, but what you need to do, he's like, you need to find something to drain all this transmission fluid in, because when I change this part, transmission fluid is going to go everywhere. So we're going to need like a little bit of cardboard, some paper bags, Visqueen, something to put down to catch the excess fluid, and then a bin to catch the drainage, because I'm going to have to drain the whole fucking transmission to do this. And so, yeah, he just has everything taken care of. Took the mental load right off of me. I tell you what, this is the reason why you get married right here, you know? I will say it would be a lot easier if we lived in the same house, but we like our own space. Oregon. Listen, Gio, I made my grandmother laugh so fucking hard. I think I was probably like 8, maybe 9 years old, okay? And now my grandmother, she would go to the bank and they had those plastic things and you stuck it in the little tunnel thing and it went, you know, it was so neat. Anyways, I loved that. I always wanted to use one, but they got rid of them before I became an adult. So, anyways, so my grandmother would take me with her every time we went to the bank because I was fascinated by the like little thing, right? And I was a simple to please kind of a person. So we're in the drive-through, and I think this time we were actually at the ATM or whatever, and I looked over at her and I was like, "Hey, Grandma." No, it was one of the suction cup things, actually. It was not the ATM. It was a suction cup thing. And I looked over and I was like, "Hey, Grandma, there's Braille on the drive-through thing, on the drive-through sign." And she goes, "Yeah, of course. Well, blind people need to, of course they put Braille. Blind people have the right to use the bank too." Trying to make it an educational moment. And I was like, "No, Grandma, there's Braille on the drive-through. And anyways, she thought that was funny as hell. And my grandma had the cutest little, her little laugh was so cute. Every time I think about Braille in stupid places, I always think of that moment. I need to grow some hair. Okay. I'll get right on that. Is it too? I think it is. I wish I could see it as good as y'all could see it. I will say that being Elliot's mom makes me realize just like how smart I really was as a kid. It makes me actually trust my child, like his logic. It makes me trust my child's logic. Like if Elliot has a suggestion about like a way things might be easier, I stop and always listen to him, because I realize that I realize how fucking smart and like just like damn, like how old are you? How'd you think of that? Ever since I've become a mother, it's made me reflect on myself as a child, and it made me realize, like, damn, dude, I was a really cool fucking kid. Like, it's a damn shame that I had so many, like, I was, had the spirit beaten out of me at such a, like, pivotal age. Like, I had all of that whimsy and joy just completely beaten out of me. By the time I was like 14, I was just completely jaded and like sullen and just like black-pilled basically. And like, cause I saw like the darkest parts of the world, and I was just like, I knew what the world was capable of being and how evil and how fake people could be. And it's like, I can completely understand the Epstein girls, and the shit that these people who were like really fucked over. It happened to me on a small scale. Fortunately, I was too afraid to go with my girlfriends to the rich stranger's house. I was still too scared and naive around that age. But like, it took me pretty much becoming a mom to seek out the whimsy in myself again. When I first became a mom, I didn't have any of that. Like, I wasn't playful. I wasn't like joyful. There was no whimsy in my life at all. And I was always angry or crying because I was angry. or depressed because I was angry. And then I became a drug addict because I wanted to escape myself. And to be quite honest, I think I wanted to just die, but instead of doing the permanent solution, I just took a check out of reality. I was just like, all right, well, I'll be back in like 3 years. And checked out. And my sister became a mom, and I got to see up close like how magical and special being a mom really is, like the miracle of birth. And my sister in the beginning of her parent journey, I'm not going to talk about her story, but like she had a little struggle. She was younger when she had her first child. And so I was so not jealous, but I was so not envious either. I longed for that. I longed to be a mother myself. And so watching her not step up and do literally anything she had to do what was right by her child sat sideways with me. And so like I literally like took her out of this place basically by her hair and like made her leave this toxic relationship she was in, that she was like sacrificing time with her child. And she changed. She went from being an avoidant mom to a super dedicated mom, and she's like a better mother than anyone else I know, actually. But the first year of being a mom was like, it was a big change. She was only like 19. But so watching that and experiencing that and getting my sister, having that realization about how, all that, being a part of that situation made me really, really, really want to be a mom myself. And so I decided that I was going to change my life. And so I did. I changed my life. I quit doing drugs. I started going to the gym and working out. I worked out like 3 times a day. You guys see how I can get when I get on a tangent about something. But so like I was going to the gym all the time. I was taking my health and my fitness really super, super serious. I went vegan. I was vegan for a couple of years. When Elliot was born, I was vegan pretty much my whole pregnancy. But it was because I had aversions. I would have eaten anything that I had a craving for, but I had aversions to meat and cheese when I was pregnant. But it's crazy how being a mom and watching my child just be a child, like be a baby, be a toddler, be a small boy, all these little stages makes me have these like flashes of memories of my own childhood at that stage, and how it was so sideways and wrong for me, and how I was choosing to do anything I could to keep my son from experiencing that side of things. I wanted to like protect him and protect his childhood, because what I have realized is because I had my childhood taken from me at such a young age, it caused me to become so jaded, and I was depressed, and I was like basically like every liberal person on the planet, just like miserable, but thinks I know everything and how to make everyone else's life better. And I had no joy, and it was because my childhood was taken from me. So by watching my son exist as a child, it made me reflect on things that happened in my own childhood, where I could literally see the fork in the road that happened. How, had my childhood been preserved, it would have gone this way, but it wasn't. And so it went this way. And so I could go back in that moment in my mind and be like, well, if this didn't happen and I wasn't put in this place where I was diverted further away from that whimsical childhood self of mine, what would I have done? If I was, if this moment never happened, what would this version of Heather have chosen to do? And so I just went to every stage of my childhood, like age 8, age 9, age 10, and I spent time in that era of myself. And I made choices that this version of Heather would have made had that moment never happened. That made me divert over into this version of Heather. And so by doing that, I like reparented myself through my childhood. Like I reconnected with my child self. And by reconnecting with my child self, I mean, now I have whimsy, joy, like I can appreciate coincidences and synchronicities and moments that God is talking to me, and I can only appreciate and see those because I'm not making choices based on this version of Heather. I'm making choices on this version of Heather. I'm seeing the world through this version of Heather. So I have essentially untraumatized myself from, because like a trauma response is literally just making choices based on this version. Like, oh, this happened, so I can't do this. I have to do this. Anyway, ever since I've done that, it's made me such a happy person. And even though times are stressful and very hard, I'm still able to find joy and gratitude in the small things. Like, yeah, things are really stressful right now. Things are overwhelming. But like, how lucky am I that Josh just took over and like handled Elliot's bed, and he's helping me with my truck. Like, he's just like taken right over and like doing exactly what a husband is supposed to do. And I have this beautiful home that I am happy to work hard to have. And it makes me happy. What happened to me when I was younger? Oh, geez, Christ. I was abused severely. Like, severely. My mom is a predator. My mom is a pedophile. And my mom is a psychotic. My mom probably, like, I mean, honestly, I don't want to like give her any credit because she's like just a manipulative, narcissistic person. She's not like the most master, like she is a master manipulator, but she's like, you know, she's a run-of-the-mill narcissist, psychopath, sociopath. Like, she's the worst of the worst, but she's not like the worst. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, you know, she had me fooled, or like she did, you know, so she must have been like the worst ever. She's the worst manipulator, you know. Nah, she's just your standard fare, run-of-the-mill fucking pedophile. And she's a sociopath and a psychopath. She's a dangerous person. And I was the oldest of 4 children. It was just me and her until I was 5. But she started having babies with other dudes after I was 5, and every time she had a child, it became my responsibility to do something about it. So so I was the firstborn, okay? So nobody came to rescue me. I sat in my crib and cried for like a month straight, so much that I developed pneumonia, and I had to be hospitalized at like 4 months old, and I was in this like plastic fucking box bed thing because my parents were on drugs and neglected me. I was severely neglected as a newborn baby, and I learned how to take care of myself very, very young. I was able to essentially change people would joke about it all the time about how I could change my own diapers, cook myself breakfast, and give myself a bottle. You know what I mean? I've been able to take care of myself since I was like basically 3 or 4 years old. Like, I've been fully independent. Nobody would make me food. Nobody would take me to the bathroom. Nobody would give me a bath. Like, that was me. Sometimes my grandma would do it. Like, sometimes my grandma, you know, would step in. And I did live with my grandmother, but I only moved in with my grandmother after the babies were starting to be born. And it was just like, it was me taking care of like 3 small children as a 10, 11-year-old. And so my grandmother then, you know, like brought us in. Oh, and my mom went to prison for like a year when I was like 6. My sister Tiffany she hadn't even hit her first birthday. My mom was in prison when Tiffany had her first birthday. I literally never let my mom live that down. I was like, you missed her first birthday. So anyway, I never let her live that down because that was fucked up. But anyway, so yeah, my mom sexually abused me, physically abused me, neglected me. Like, I'm talking about, like, I've been, when I was a baby, from like, you know, newborn to toddler, I was hospitalized and like taken out of the home so many times because like I was just like screaming in a crib, you know what I mean? It got to a point, I think, where I learned how to self-soothe. And I think that's why I don't like being touched or coddled when I'm crying or having emotional moments. I like to just self-soothe. That's also why I think I tend to stare into space in order to reset my nervous system, because I'm the only person who's ever gotten me out of anything that I've ever been in, and I'm the only person who will ever solve any of my problems. So I am going to go inside of myself and do that really quickly. Be right back, you know? So, yeah, I was severely abused. My parents were both on drugs. My mom taught me about masturbation at like 3 or 4 years old. And my mom sexually abused me all of my childhood, I think, probably. I don't know. I don't really remember a lot of it. I just have like flashes of memory. But I remember enough to let her know that I remember. She used to go on these rampages, and she used to beat the shit out of me. And so like one specific, well, she did this multiple times, but she would like string me up by my hands in the bath, in the tub. There was like this standing, it was like a 2-person tile shower. And when you walk in the doorway of the tile shower, there's like a row of tile right here. And then there's like an opening to let the steam come out or whatever. And so she would put like soap bottles and stuff on that thing up there. Anyway, so she would literally strap me up like this, and then she would like pelt me with things. She'd throw things with me. She'd hit me with like whatever she could find nearby, belts, spatulas, shoes, purses, cups, pans, just anything she could get her fucking hands on. And she would beat me until like I peed myself, like, and I like, until like my system started shutting down. My grandmother, I would think I was always my grandma's favorite. And it wasn't like she liked my personality more or whatever. I think I was my grandma's favorite because I literally survived my childhood. And I think that she had like a real respect for me in that way. Like, I'm gonna cry, holy shit. Just because it's my grandma, and I love my grandma. I miss her very much. But I think that she had like a respect for my tenacity as a person and my survival instinct and my just like, you know, that fucking life, you know? I think she really respected that in me. So. Yep, grandma is dead. She sure is. Yes, my grandma was my mom's mom. Mm-hmm. Yep, we're a matriarchal family. We're a line of women. A long line. I am the firstborn female of the firstborn female of the firstborn female of the firstborn female of the firstborn female. Like, it's a long line. And I was born when my mom was 25. My mom was born when my grandma was 25. My grandma was born when my great-grandma was 25. And I think my great-grandma was born when my great-great-grandma was 25. I think it goes back 4. It was really weird. There's a lot of weird things like that in my matriarchal lineage. But I mean, like, here's the thing, right? Like, at the end of the day, those things couldn't have happened to a better person. You know what I mean? Like, I'm the same child going through what I went through is maybe a drug addict today, is a predator today, is an alcoholic, isn't alive. You know what I'm saying? So there's a reason why I say this all the time, there's literally nothing anyone could ever be commenting here that will ever get to me. Like, y'all don't know the shit that I have survived. Like, a couple of, like, comments from fucking people on the internet, just tell me, give me your best. Give me what you got. You know? That shit's gonna bother me, because I know what I have been through. I know what I am capable of. And I know, I have a respect for myself. You know, I'm proud of myself for being the person that I am today, considering everything that I've been through. If I was a victim-y person, I could easily be, I could be my mother and blame everything on my childhood. And that's what my mom does. Oh, well, I was molested when I was, so was I, bitch, by you. Now what? And look at me, I'm not doing what you're doing, you know? Sheesh. But my mom actually, so my grandparents, I'm a Hyatt, like the Hyatt Hotels, Hyatt, that's my mom's family name, or that's my grandfather. My grandmother married into that, right? So my grandmother's husband, hold on a second. You good? Okay. So my grandfather's name is Ralph Hyatt, and my grandfather's family is the Fricks. I don't know if you look up on the Google the Frick Museum in Manhattan. That's my great grand uncle or whatever. So my family, my mom's side of the family, from her father, my mom's mom, my grandma, my bestie grandma ever, she is from like poverty, South Carolina. She used to sweep the dirt in her front yard. But she married into money. So my mom's dad was a Hyatt and a Frick. Lots of money there. None of that money trickled down to me because my mom was a drug addict, and any of my inheritance that my grandfather did leave for me, my mom spent it before 1990. So when I went to go collect my inheritance when I was 18 years old, I was given an apology instead of money. I was very upset. That really fucking, when you grow up thinking that you're gonna have $1 million as soon as you turn 18, and then you go to get your $1 million. It was more than that actually, but you go to get your $1 million and you're like, oh, she didn't tell you? This account's been empty for like years. Great, thanks, awesome, that's cool, that's great. But so anyway, my mom comes from money. So the whole reason why any of that matters in this situation is my mom, okay, there is a reason why I fully believe that there are pedophiles that run the world, and I have been very conscientious in my parenting to protect my child from being exposed to over-sexualized things on television, music, whatever. He's not allowed to watch certain cartoons that have sexual themes or undertones. I am very, very conscientious about protecting my son's innocence and his childhood. This loops back around to literally the whole point of this, which is, protecting my child's innocence, and me realizing that having my childhood taken from me is why I went to drugs and I lost my whimsy, okay? And I don't want to do that to my child. I don't want him to lose his whimsy. I want his childhood to fade slowly over time as he grows. I don't want some sudden event to just snatch his childhood from him in one day. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, my mother was totally a victim of wealthy pedophile creepazoid shit. From the time basically that she was like a year old until she was like 12. So, well, my mom started growing boobs around 11, so I think that's when it stopped. But she was trafficked to wealthy politicians, businessmen. My grandfather, his father was an electrical engineer, like a famous electrical engineer, and he was based in Philadelphia. This is all happening in Philadelphia and New York, Manhattan and Philadelphia. Actually, both locations where the Frick museums are, ironically. But, so, my mom totally was essentially like, you know, weird satanic rituals. And I think a lot of it was to maybe scare the child into keeping their mouth shut, more so than they actually believed they were summoning some spirit or whatever. But at the end of the day, my mom experienced some really severe trauma. And you got to realize, like, when my mom was experiencing that kind of sexual trauma, I was an egg inside of her ovary. So I was there for that shit, you know, like, really, you know, genetic memory and all. So I believe that stuff. I know it's true. I know it's true, without a doubt. And that is why you will never catch me dating a wealthy man. See, I don't want to date outside of I don't want to be rich either. I don't want to have friends I don't want my social circle to be people who could afford to constantly surveil me. You know what I mean? If someone could afford to constantly surveil me, they're not the kind of person that I want to surround myself with that. Not interested. And I'm not saying I'm paranoid people are going to surveil me. It's just the concept. If someone has the money, power, ability to do that, if they have the capacity and the ability to do it, they're outside of the zone of where I want to be around. I just don't. I would never want to date a wealthy man. If a guy has a nice car, I would be like, don't want anything to do with all that. Exactly, Violet. Well, little Debbie, we're in each other's bracket, but I'm still not dating any men or anybody at all. Man, I wish I could drink coffee more often. But it's decaf. I can have another cup if I want. No, I have never had a tattoo done. Yes, I do talk to my sisters. I don't talk to my baby brother, though. I do have a husband. Been legally married for like 12 years, 11 years or something, I don't know. But I'm never divorcing him. But we're separated. We've been separated for, I don't know, like 8 or 9 years. I think we were only, after Elliot was born, I think we stayed together for like 3 years. And then I left. might have to go do some exercises. My back is starting to tweak. I slept funny last night. Man, all that hard work, exercising, stretching, lifting weights, getting my neck to crack, my back to pop, everything to get right into adjusted place. One night's sleep and everything is back to square one. Yes, I have a husband and a child. Speaking of, I'm gonna go pop on eye on my kid. Shit. They're coming tomorrow to fix my refrigerator, which means I can throw everything away. FaceTime audio, Grandpa Josh on speaker.
me are portrayed.
So, I mean, in all the commotion that I'm causing here in this episode, almost all of us forgot about the glove. I think this is pretty weird. Let's play this a little bit. Let's play a little bit of this. You know what's funny? I'm watching this live, and then all of a sudden I see this and I go, oh, a glove. And then she's like, I brought it to most people, and they said a glove. And I was like, oh, okay, that makes perfect sense. Very weird. I wish somebody kept it. Some kind of fingerprints. Maybe on the inside. I don't know how gloves work. Probably not, because you're trying to stay away from fingerprints at that point. You're also trying not to get your hands bloody, perhaps. Maybe also you're trying not to get any there's a white, I'll just say powder. It's not actually powder, but it's powdery that comes from certain batteries. That could be the reason for the glove as well. Anyway, let's play this a little bit.
Wow. Now, we cannot definitively state what it is. What I can tell you is that across the board in our little orbit, at-home, independent, double-blind study, if you will, everyone immediately saw a glove, myself included. Take that for what it's worth. I mean, I went up to my husband, zoomed in, gave no context as usual. I said, what do you see, honey? And he said a leather glove. Someone else said nitro gloves.
It's so funny to imagine her. She just walks up to George, just randomly every now and then. What do you see? And he's like, oh, jeez. Oh, goodness. Very close.
I can't stand how he sucks Candace Owens' dick so fucking hard.
She's like, it is a glove, isn't it?
Thank you for coming back, Sean. Love coming back here. So, I was thinking about you this morning. You've had this kind of unbelievably weird and varied life. And maybe the weirdest chapter is now unfolding where you somehow wound up a successful podcaster. Probably not something you planned.
Definitely not.
20 years ago. What have you learned from it, from this chapter?
What have I learned? Well, I probably only retained 10% of the information that comes through the studio, to be honest with you. And everybody expects me to be a resident expert on anything. I can't remember shit. And then I think I know something that I had dinner with you last night, and I realized I really don't know.
I don't either. Yeah, it's the ignorant meeting the ignorant.
But what have I learned? I've learned I never want to involve myself in the U.S. political system or vouch for any man again. I've learned...
Wait, let's just stop there. So you didn't start out a hyper-political person. I remember when your podcast started, my nephew told me about it. I loved it. That's how I met you, because my nephew was so impressed by you. And it was mostly on kind of military issues. Mm-hmm. And then there was this period where you, I don't know, got involved, but you got closer to the political process.
I guarantee you that in this interview, so what they're trying to do right now, so the Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson arm of the propaganda machine, so what they're trying to do is like a blitzkrieg with us. Did I unmute it? Okay, good. What they're trying to do is like a blitzkrieg with us. They're trying to hit us from so many fronts with the propaganda stuff that we self-segregate and we choose one of their theories, one of their conspiracy theories, and end up going and following it. Anyways, there is a propaganda arm that is pushing people to Catholicism specifically pushing people towards Catholicism, not just Christianity, but Catholicism specifically. I guarantee you, because I think Sean Ryan is a Fed, and the fact that Candace Owens did the Hunter Biden interview and she was sucking his butthole the whole time, it's very clear that something is not right there. Because Hunter Biden, just because he's coming out about his addiction, doesn't negate all of the things that totally happened. And they didn't discuss that at all. Two, I've also noticed how Candace Owens and even this Coach Colin guy, they are conveniently not talking about how our government is merging military with Israel right now. It just passed in the House. So now it's going to the Senate. And like it got blocked the very first time they voted no. Then they voted yes, literally the day before yesterday, they voted yes in the House. So now it's going to the Senate so that it can be voted on to merge the military with Israel. Okay? Which means no more aid for Israel because they are a part of our military now. This is bad news bears, friends. Once they're in there, good luck getting them out. It'll never happen. You'll never be able to extricate them from our military technology, etc. So, anyways, the three major Abrahamic religions are at war with each other: Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. Catholicism specifically, but Christianity as a whole. And right now, the Catholic arm of the propaganda machine is working overtime, and I think that the whole, Jews versus Christians thing has a big part to play in that as well. It's fear-based. And I think that Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Sean Ryan, these major podcasters they are telling the truth about certain things, and they are asking very, very valid questions about many, many things. But it's always so interesting how it always falls back to how they're taking an interest in Catholicism, or they just switched, they just signed, whatever, did their commemorative or whatever the fuck it's called, where you become officially Catholic and you get baptized in the Catholic Church or whatever. I guarantee you, during this Sean Ryan interview, that Sean Ryan is going to talk about how he is going to, either he's just started going to the Catholic Church, or he's taking an interest in the Catholic way, or something. I guarantee you he talks about it in this interview.
Never. I just don't.
Why?
Well, I think we kind of discussed it last time. Everything is a lie. But that became like a coined term, I guess. But everything is a lie. I mean, every politician I've sat across from, with maybe the exception of Eli Crane, who I disagree with on a lot of.
Yeah.
I hate that I even have to say that. I don't agree with everything.
What is this
Everything they have to
say.
say. Why the fuck do we have to say that? I like Eli. He's very, pro-Israel. I'm not. But he can articulate why he is. Whatever, I respect it. At least he's not just regurgitating shit, like most people. But everybody else is just, it's a lie. And then the other thing is, which it really shouldn't bother me, but you talk to somebody and then it's like, you out there, you platform that person. And it's like, actually, I probably just did you a favor because he just spent 4 hours lying to me on my podcast that you're going to be able to use for his next political campaign.
Exactly.
Too fucking stupid to figure that out, aren't you? But I mean, it's, and they do. And I don't know, I put a lot of faith in a lot of these guys and women, that have come on, and really, the only one that really impressed me was Joe Kemp, in the long run. And everybody else has just been a wash or a complete disaster. Just a lying piece of shit. What about you?
As we discussed last night at dinner, I'm still trying to figure out what all of this means. As someone who campaigned for Trump and told everybody Trump is the option to the uniparty. You got Republicans, Democrats are on the same side, but Trump is not. He's on a different side, maybe even the public side. And then Trump, the last hope, winds up aligning with Chuck Schumer and just joins the uniparty in the most obvious way, at that point you have to ask yourself, is there a political solution to the problems that we have? And I don't know the answer, but I'm starting to think maybe there isn't. I don't know. I feel as discouraged as you do, though I don't articulate it quite as well.
Elliot was calling me. It scared me. I thought something was wrong, but he wanted me to see his giant tic-tac-toe board that he's created. It scared me. I thought something was wrong. I thought he got hurt or something. Money. Money is going into heat again. Yep. All them Catholics. All them Catholics. Man, nobody really had seen it coming that Reckless Ben was going to come out of nowhere and expose the Mormon side of the propaganda machine. But lo and behold, new message received from Elliot. Okay. No. Okay. No, I don't live alone. There's a church right down the street from my house that rings bells. We got woken up to that. Oh, shit, I already got a plate.
these ready?
Yep.
Because they want one too. They want one.
All right. Well,
How many have you made? 3?
made this.
4. There's a hair.
Just get it. I can't see it.
My hands are dirty.
Go wash your hands so you can eat. I don't see a hair, baby. You were looking right here.
Yeah, right here. Clump of hair.
Well, I don't see it, babies.
Clump of black hair right there.
Oh, it is a dog hair.
Are they the chocolate ones?
No, they're cheese. And these apples have a little syrup on them.
I told them they were chocolate and they were
Well, that's too bad. You told them the wrong thing. This was your lunch, babe, so it wasn't making it for them. Are you washing your hands? Squeak in protein and fiber wherever you can, right? Elliot had those kids convinced they were getting chocolate quesadillas. They were like, "Can I have one?" I was like, "I'm sorry, baby. Yes, you can have one. They are cheese, though. So I know you. It's just cheese. Just a cheese quesadillas." Please speak English in the chat. Thank you. Nobody likes that feeling when you walk into a room or you go to the nail salon and all the ladies are speaking a different language and you know they're talking shit about the people in the salon because you speak enough of that language to kind of pick up on things. It's just nice, you know? No hate. I'm gonna go exercise.
So where does
for
that
the
leave?
next little while.
What matters? What takes its place?
I'm gonna carry all this stuff upstairs. Then I gotta go pee.
I think,
I gotta put my watch on the charger.
I'm not sure yet. I'm still, we talked last.
Let's pause that again. And if it can get snagged on something, it will. Story of my life. That's, if you know how they have Murphy's Law? Well, there's another one, and it's called Heather's Law, or Reeves's Law. And it is the law that if it is possible to get snagged on something, you absolutely will. If there is a way or a possibility of something getting snagged, it's gonna happen. For sure, dude. My room is such a clusterfuck right now. Everything is in here. Elliot's bed is in here right now. Look at that. That's Elliot's bed right there. That clusterfuck. Stop scratching that chair. Mom, what? Okay, hold on. Right there. I'm coming. Stop that groaning. Ow. Okay, charge my watch. I'm coming. Be right there. Hold on. Wait.
Side, I'm kind of going through, not kind of, I'm going through a crazy spiritual transformation right now, and I think
Watch. I'm gonna go over there now. He's gonna have sex.
And maybe some.
Do you want to go outside?
Stuff. I mean,
go outside, Mom. Let's go outside. No, you don't want to go outside.
Nobody's. I mean, you just.
I need to buy.
You can't put faith in man at all, and it's kind of sad to watch everybody scurrying around trying to find the next guy and who's it gonna be, and you can already see people just like blindly like putting their faith into another human being, and it's sad, and spent a lot of time. I became obsessed with evil, like obsessed with it, and it started with the kid stuff, which I'm still. I'll probably never stop that. That's just a passion of mine that I can handle it. Like I can handle the subject matter, and I think it's important. And I know we've done a lot of good there, and by educating parents and kids about what's actually going on, and
So
roadblocks,
weird.
for example.
I got some toilet paper for guests.
Roadblocks. I think we took like 5 or 6.
But now I'm like finding myself using it.
In one day, or 1 week, I mean. And I think, that's good. But, so where am I going?
We came back garbage in my pocket.
Obsessed with evil? Yeah, well, I think it started, with COVID and the LGBT.
You can sit in that
stuff.
chair, but you
I don't
cannot
really
scratch
care
that
about-
chair, okay?
I don't care what adults are doing, but 8-year-old kids, that just really bothered me. Like it still does, really bothers me. And so that's kind of where it started, and then it's just everywhere you look. Everywhere you look is a lie, and the institutions are lying, the politicians are lying, everybody's lying. People are manufacturing narratives just to create controversies so they can
Post about
boost
it.
their views, and I don't know who to believe. I don't know what to believe anymore at all. And I mean everything, even here. Like
Girl,
what's
what are
his
you
name?
doing?
Steve. He's a reporter here. The Somalia fraud that's going on.
Oh, yeah, Steve Robinson.
Yeah. Love that guy.
He's a great man.
But I don't know. I just became obsessed with like all this shit that's going on in the world, and it's dark, man.
So you felt it was your job to uncover evil.
Yeah, and And I say that, I can't be influenced. Like, I don't let advertisers influence me, and I don't let politicians tell me what to do, even though they're calling me trying to, tell me what to do.
Money.
Don't talk about
Oh,
this,
girl.
don't talk, don't talk. Well, actually, this guy really helped
Get out of that
with my
closet.
campaign. Actually, I don't really give a fuck who helped with your campaign.
Get out of that closet. I am sick of you attacking my stuff.
Well, you said you became obsessed with evil, uncovering evil, you focused on evil, and that somehow led to a spiritual transformation.
Yeah, well, so it never ends, is basically what I'm getting. I was talking about audience, and I was talking about being influenced, and then, and then everywhere you go, people are patting you on the back and patting you on the butt, and, good job, you're doing God's work, you're doing this, and you see the views, and you see the comments, and you see the likes, and you see the reaction videos, everybody's just praising you, and it gets to you. I didn't realize it was getting to me, but
it's not the criticism that destroys you. It's the flattery, that destroys you.
Because they don't know what God wants. So you got all these millions of people, interacting with you, telling you these things everywhere you go. And it gets to
I can't clean my room right now because I'm having people come and do my carpet. So I'm having all new carpet put in, and they're coming tomorrow. So both of the two other bedrooms in my house, because I have such a large shack, I can't put any furniture in there. This room doesn't have carpet, so this is the hold everything until they do the carpet room.
It's okay. But I'm just not ready, to dive into it. But
isn't it interesting how context
I felt what hell was
makes everything
gonna be like.
My socks are filthy.
Not like seeing
they're work
devils
socks
and fire and whatever, demons and all that. Like it was a feeling, and I never ever want to feel that again, ever. So successful experience, I guess. I never.
Sucks you can't just mute people anymore.
Maybe the most successful experience.
Yeah, it definitely sent me down a new path that I'm still trying to figure out. But I went to mass on Sunday, and like full blown going back into the Catholic Church now, and here in Maine I went, and the priest was talking about I want to butcher this, but he was talking about wheat and weeds. Have you heard this analogy? And he was, good people are the wheat, and
I
and
fucking knew it.
Weeds, and every once in a while, a weed will come out and he'll start calling out all the weeds, only to become a weed himself. And basically, what he's getting at is, I can sit here and I can call out this evil like all the time, and uncover all the fucked up shit that
I'm preaching to the choir at this point.
Everybody, is put their blind faith in, but in the end, we're all evil. We all have an evil side to us. And then you meet these people, and they're very charismatic, and you're like, oh man, he seems like a really nice person. He's a nice guy. Maybe he is. But he's influenced.
Yes.
They are influenced. We are influenced. And I think it's time to. I just think it's time to turn a corner.
You could not stand right there, and then you wouldn't get kicked in the head.
The evil side. We all are selfish in our own ways, and
it's too easy to call other people out all the time.
Yeah, and maybe they don't realize they're doing it. I think a lot of them do. I think a lot of them know, but I don't think that's really necessarily what God wants, The way I used to do it is...
God is telling us not to call people out anymore.
Something came across my desk or something came to my attention that I felt really passionate about, like kids. And
so we shouldn't talk about pedophiles anymore.
And then I would do the thing.
Because we're going to become pedophiles if we keep talking about the evil. See, it's like there's truth to what he's saying.
And then all the praise came behind that, and I think I got caught up in that praise, and then I'm now searching, for what's the next thing, let's talk about Neuralink. Let's talk about Trump. Let's talk about Israel. Let's talk about everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody's doing something, and some a lot more than others. And I'm still passionate about those topics, but it never ends. It never ends.
I mean, this is true,
I feel
unfortunately,
like
this is the job you signed up for,
maybe
friendship.
shown hell, and I'm still experiencing it.
There's
For a reason. And
there needs to be people like Tucker, like Candace, like Sean Ryan to stand up to the things and say the things. So, like, but if they're not going to do it, then who will? Nobody. You know what I'm saying? Like,
time out. All right, that's it. Go to your whatever. Eventually, I'm just going to let them.
But you can see this very fine,
why I don't want him to
this very fine line he's tippy toeing on.
Maybe that's what Christ did to me. He was like, all right, here it is, buddy. You want to feel it? That's what it is. And I never want to touch that shit ever again.
I gotta tell my kid to eat his
The
lunch.
last couple of years have taught us anything. It's that the people in charge of public health don't actually care about public health. Apparently they want you dependent when you run to the next mandate or the next set of rules. But what if you wanted to take control of your own health? Well, our friends at Curtiva Bay offer great alternatives to these sketchy so-called medicines people like Fauci spent years forcing on Americans. One example is their nasal spray. Curtiva Bay makes a gentle nose cleanser that is awesome, no weird chemicals in it. It's a powerful natural sea salt and hypochlorous acid formula designed to wash out airborne threats, the irritants, eliminate pathogens, clean out the invisible junk you breathe in every day before it can make you sick. But they make a lot more than that. Curtiva Bay has been leading the science. I have to. Very resolved on that. I mean, it sounds like it was, you really got a taste of it.
Worst feeling I've ever felt in my. It's indescribable.
It's funny, normally I have curiosity.
Let me let my dog outside. Here, Orly, go outside so you can see the boys.
Because it's upsetting even hearing that.
Come on, go out back.
And so you came away thinking that God directed you to this place to teach you something, and that thing was you want to avoid hell.
I hope that's what it is. First, I thought that's where I'm going.
The boys are saying hi to the
Now I
dog
think
now.
maybe that's what it is.
What were your first reactions? Like, your first reaction was, I don't
Oh,
want
I
to go
want my
there.
thighs to be
what did
so
you do?
strong.
Pray, build a relationship, plant some seeds, maybe. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out. One thing I told you, I've read maybe half the Bible. I can comprehend maybe 5-10% of it. And so one thing I'm kind of kicking around is maybe going through every book and doing a full-blown. I mean, look, we both have access to pretty much anybody we want in the world, right? Yeah. And so
that's the upside of the job.
Is it?
Yes, I think.
Because they have access to you too.
No, it's fair.
What?
But maybe I bring on the best.
What?
And the best theologians, maybe whoever I want to learn from and bring them in. And well, let's start with Genesis. And it'll force me to read it. And then maybe we do this every week. Maybe we do it every other week. Maybe we do it every day. I don't know yet. I'm actually have a meeting with my team, who's like extended family to me, about how we're gonna put this all together.
Is everyone on your team on board with this way of thinking, do you think?
Yeah. You mean Christian?
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
When you started, what year did you start the podcast?
Christmas 2019.
2019, boy, that's fast. So almost 7 years. What were your views on Christianity then?
I mean, I just didn't really think about it.
Yeah.
I just didn't really think about it.
I love it so much. It makes me so happy that my baby and all his friends hang out at my house.
And so that's kind of when I started paying attention.
I like having the cool
I was
house.
pissed off about things about Benghazi and Hillary Clinton and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But other than that,
It seems like a different world, doesn't it?
yeah, definitely. It was a different world. But yeah, I just I've just learned you just can't really trust anybody in that realm. Very few people.
That's because the
You can
people
trust
who
them.
are politicians are sociopathic.
I interviewed this guy.
That's the type of
painfully
person
for-
who is drawn to the
for
life of
he-
politics.
he
Is a
believed it was
sociopath.
colonel over at,
Just the way it
Delta.
is.
And I mean, we both know there's tons of lies have come out of the military. It's
I've noticed.
yeah. I mean, some of the biggest. He talked about the Pat Tillman stuff. He talked about Operation Anaconda. You see another lie coming out of development group. Lots of lies coming out of the SEAL teams. Lots of movies made that were bullshit. But he actually uncovered a lot of that stuff on my show because he was a part of it. And like the Iraq invasion was based off of lies. Do you know about this? The water truck and the air conditioning unit and the Sentry Guard?
No.
So there was a Delta unit out there, and when Colin Powell was SecDef, is that what he was?
Yeah, or Secretary of State.
Yeah, Secretary, whatever. And
Sean Ryan likes saying
they
the
sent
phrase
some
sec
imagery
def
that Pete was
specifically.
like-
If
he
you
was
listen to
saying,
him
"I don't
talk,
know
he
if you
says
guys
it
think this stuff is
too many
biased,
times.
figure it out, we'll get it back
He
to you,
likes
but
it. Say
I
that
mean,
word.
have it unbiased. We don't want to be swayed."
It
And,
smells really fucking good
so
in here,
they-
actually. But
They checked into it, and so what I guess Department of State said was a mobile Scud missile launcher and a WMD factory with a huge air filtration system on the roof and sentry guards outside the door. What Delta, arguably the best special operations unit in the world came up with is that's a water truck, huge water truck, because they're in the middle of the desert and they need water. And that big air filtration unit on the roof is an air conditioner.
Because they're in the desert.
And the sentry guard outside is dude taking a piss. And he sent it in, and they totally discarded everything and launched the invasion. And so, and then there's, about all the thing. I don't want to get into it, but
I'm gonna tell the
with all
kids
the
about the
lies
cat
coming out
right
of just
now.
the SEAL teams alone. And
There are a lot of lies coming out of the SEAL teams.
oh yeah, it's a this was a total fuck up. Let's hand out some awards and turn some people into heroes and that kind of stuff.
Well, you probably have heard about the Van Man Company's amazing toothpaste. By the thousands, Americans are ditching traditional toothpaste in favor of Van Man. The switch is like pivoting your diet from candy, packed with red dye number 42 organic strawberries. It is always better.
Elliot, are you in here?
Today's big news is that Van Man makes more than healthy toothpaste. It has launched a body wash made from the finest oils.
It's like, man, I was ashamed to have ever even been a SEAL. And there's all kinds of the Eddie Gallagher case. That was all fucking lies. I mean, there's lots of, they were going to pin their own guys to the wall. You know what I mean? For bullshit. The Blackwater incident, that was all lies. They deleted the drone footage to prove their innocence. But it just made me think, I'm like, man, I was a part of that institution. I wish it never was. And
You wish you were never an Navy SEAL?
I mean, I don't regret it. I enjoyed my time there, but I mean, it's just,
Hang on, I'm coming.
I obviously don't align with the ethics and and whatever value system they're going off of, which doesn't seem to be much. But anyway, so the point being is that's just one institution inside of the U.S. Navy. That's it. One small,
Elliot, damn it.
very SEAL teams, very, very small part of the U.S. Navy. And then he's talking about
Ranger Battalion, and then there's all these other units, and it just made me think. It's like, man, like this is just
Money, come on, get over
in
yourself.
one small part of the U.S. government, very small part. So that means every single U.S. institution out there is doing the same shit. Obviously CIA, obviously FBI, everything, all Congress, all of the Senate, everybody in it, the presidents, everybody. And it made me realize how the whole country is just built off dishonesty.
No.
Lies. And then you think, man, I'm only 40 years.
Yeah, you can't go outside, girl.
Like a very small snippet in the time of the country,
Can't
let alone
go
the world.
outside.
In all
I'm
the
sorry.
other countries,
I know you want
all
to,
of their
but you can't.
institutions. And then it's just, it's like what we said last time. Everything is a lie. Everything you fucking know is a lie. Everything you think you know, everything in the history books, it's all fucking lies. All of it.
I want my knee crack.
So when you look ahead, you became one of the most successful people in this business, amazingly.
So there's only one truth.
Oh, this one really fucking makes you work.
I'm just not really interested in anything else anymore because it's all garbage. It's that, black book right behind you, the Holy Bible.
That's the one truth.
That's it. You can't even look anywhere else. It's so,
this one makes it hurt.
Painfully obvious at this point. To me.
Other than the experience you just had that you alluded to, what convinced you?
That's real?
Yeah.
Well, I've had a ton of encounters. But
encounters.
I'm scared I'm gonna hurt you. I can't use this one. It's too. Money. Jesus Christ.
I mean, even after that, there's been it's been a long 3 weeks, and I'll just say this.
Try this one. That's better.
I've talked to some of the most respected exorcists in the country, and I've been working with them, and things have happened, and like really scary shit. And if that's happening and that's real, which is more real than anything I've ever experienced, then the other is definitely real too.
That's right. That's exactly right. It's exactly right. If there are supernatural forces that are evil acting on people, which there are, and I've experienced them personally, then that's proof of God. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's not faith to me anymore. It's fact. It is 100% fact. There's just no other way to look at it.
Isn't that a comforting fact?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I don't know what the hell we're in for here in the future. Yes. But I mean, it's definitely comforting, knowing that if
you're gonna knock me over, girl.
If you do the right thing, and we all know what that is, and you do your best, then hopefully you're gonna end up, in a good place.
I'm not sure all of us know what the right thing is. When you say do the right thing, what is that thing?
Oh, I think people know. It's a feeling. You think these people all feel good about all the lies they're spreading around?
No.
They get lost in them. They forget they lie so much they forget what they lied about. You can't even keep track of them all.
Honey, I love you so much, but you are making me crazy right now. I'm like overheating, trying not to hit
There's not a
her.
lot of talk about hell in the United States. You're younger than I am, but we grew up in the same country. You can go a whole day without hearing anyone mention hell in a literal sense. Most Americans don't really believe there's actual risk of going to hell. Did you?
Yeah. But I just never imagined it to be anything close to what I just experienced.
Oh, my butt.
Never.
What did you think this was?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't think the human mind can imagine that kind of agony and torture and aloneness.
Aloneness.
Yeah. I don't think it. You just can't. You can't put it together unless you feel it. And I either felt a small glimpse or I got.
So does that mean because I've experienced aloneness and hell on earth that
I'm sure it could be a lot
I get to
worse.
experience something different later?
But this it was bad.
People like me, I think, are truly the best when it comes to morals, because we could be monsters because we've experienced monstrous things. We choose to be gentle.
Recorded a whole episode on this. I don't know if I'll release it.
And I think that's that whole God gave us free will, but we're supposed to use our free will, and even in spite of everything that's ever happened to us, we're meant to use our free will to do good, to be good, to be kind, to be loving, generous, spread joy and whimsy.
I'm not out of whatever this is yet.
Does that say 16 degrees?
Experience. Some people journal. I just shoot
Why does it say 16 degrees?
Why wouldn't you release that?
I don't know. I just want to make sure I'm in a clear headspace before I do it. You know what I mean?
It says it's 24.
I think that's very wise. I never wait for a clear
How
headspace
did
before
it
making
change to
decisions.
I usually
Celsius?
don't either.
I've paid the price many times.
I usually don't either.
Yeah, no, I'm not
There it goes.
pause before acting guy.
It gets, I mean, I think, I've been pretty vulnerable. I'm an open book. And it's, what, I don't know, maybe I just saved this one for myself because most of my stuff is out there. And
exactly, Gio. That's exactly. I think that people, we need to, as patrons, we need to observe the people around us, and we need to go, you know what? You should be the mayor. You should be the governor. You should be the president. We should choose the people, like, actually, instead of them giving us two options. Here, a douche and a turd sandwich.
State sometimes. Do you know what I mean?
Do I know what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. You get used to it after a while.
We are strongly pro-dog on this show. We make no secret of that. Dogs are one of the great blessings of service in its own way, and
That's the way that we will live life. So that's what I think to myself anyway. And everyone's got their own thing they have to deal with. Yeah, but that is very strange. It can make you a solitary person. Not wanting to deal with anyone you don't know well and trust.
That's me. I'm fine with that, though.
I am too.
I don't even like doing these anymore. I haven't even done one of these since yours.
Really?
Yeah, I don't like doing them anymore. I feel like everybody has an expectation of me, and I never want to get caught up talking about shit that I don't know. I see a lot of people that that they turn into a character. They feel pressure, like they have to know something, and then they just fucking go with it. And the next thing you know, it's like, you actually have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, do you?
I've been there so many. If you run a cable news show where you're not in control of the topics, you're responding to the day's news. I did this for like 25 years. And you just, you look at the papers or Twitter or whatever, and it's whatever everyone's talking about. That's what you have to talk about. And sometimes it's right in your sweet spot of knowledge, and other times it's so far out, it's about American Indian.
So hard to push your
reservation
heels down,
policy
keep
or
your knees
something.
out.
It's like you don't know anything, and all of a sudden you sort of look down on the set and see yourself speaking with kind of a commanding tone with false authority on something you literally know nothing about at all.
And then eventually you get caught.
Of course, or you indict yourself. You lose self-respect after a while because you know it's all fake, which is worse.
Yeah.
And
definitely participated in that. You know, definitely participated in that. Let me tell you about the Hungarian Civil War. says the man who doesn't speak Hungarian or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, that's bad. And that's the beauty of this gig, is you get to pick, you get to talk about what you want to talk about. And if you have some restraint and again some self-respect, you restrict yourself to topics that, you know, you have developed views about, some knowledge of, you think matter, like objectively matter.
Yeah.
You don't have to talk about other people's priorities, so that helps.
Yeah. I like hanging out with you though, so I want to do this one. I like this one.
Yeah, well, I'm too old to judge.
but I mean, you know, back to it just got to the point too, where I don't even know. I don't even know why. Like, I'm just beating the same fucking drum over and over, and it's like,
yeah,
what are we doing here, man? Is anything getting solved? Like, everybody knows what's going on now.
Right.
That's kind of where I'm at,
How
actually.
many times can you point out that everything's alive before it's like
Redundant.
pointless?
Pretty much.
And discouraging, by the way.
So I don't even bother anymore.
Myself, because I have
Trying
had
to sway
exactly
people.
the same thoughts that you're describing. It's like, is this good? Is it good to keep telling? I mean, obviously 9/11 is not what they told us. I'm not exactly sure what it was, but they're lying about it. Kennedy assassination, obviously they're lying about it. Everything they're lying about, because they're liars. So I've made all those points about 1 million times, but with decreasing enthusiasm. At a certain point, you're like, I'm telling people something they already know. I'm not actually bringing the truth.
Preaching to the choir at this point. No point in bothering.
Really. And maybe I'm just making people hopeless.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. I mean, what do you think it looks like if, well, not really. I mean, I don't even think we're the superpower anymore. I think that's becoming more and more obvious every day, but a lot of people do. So let's phrase it like this. What do you think it looks like if we do lose our place in the world? Do you think it's going to be that bad? I've been looking into some of this with what happened when Germany fell, and what happened when the UK fell, and what happened in the USSR when it fell. And some of them were really bad, and some of them, like the UK stuff, it didn't really seem that bad. Like, they still had law and order. Their currency was still worth money. I think they had a lot of debt. Property rights still existed. But the world figured it out. We don't need to answer these people anymore. There's a new sheriff in town.
There are only two things you need to survive long term, in my opinion. One is a coherent nation. Like, you have to have Germans. Like, everyone understands what a German is. You've got a shared history, language, cultural assumptions. Like, you have something in common with your countrymen. And you have to have your dignity and your self-respect. You can't be convinced to hate yourself just because you lost something. They can't break your spirit. They can't turn you into the prison bitch. And because if that happens, then there's no recovery at all. And the loss isn't measured in GDP. It's like much bigger than that. And so I would argue that the collapse of the British Empire, the collapse of the German state in 1945, the country was literally split in half. I mean, those were pretty soft landings on a surface level, but they were profound. And those nations were destroyed for all time. Whereas Russia, which went through in 91 when the Soviet Union dissolved, went through a period of, 10 years of lawlessness and the oligarchs and the mafia and people getting shot to death in Moscow, life expectancy plummeting, and everything that we read about in the Western press. But actually Russia remained a coherent nation with a shared vision of the future. It remained an actual place, like a real place. And now it's recovered, and now it's a great power again. It's the world's largest country, and it has a sense of itself as that, and it will continue. It will outlive us. It will outlive Germany and the UK, that's for sure. Whether my ancestors are from the UK and Germany, so like I'm kind of on their side in some deep sense, but just objectively, they're not going to exist because there's no such thing as a German anymore. The majority of births in the UK are non-English, so like, what does it even mean there's no country?
But before that, I mean, it was a soft landing.
Yeah, they had rationing in Britain for 10 years after the war, and
They had rationing.
oh yeah, they had, I think for 10. Some genius on the internet will correct me, but I think yeah, for 10 years. Oh, it wrecked the British economy. The fall of empire. The empire really ended in 1918, but whatever. The point is, Americans still thought Britain was a real country and impressive. It was our parent. Being ambassador of the court of St. James was the highest honor in the U.S. State Department. Like, there was a lot of prestige that attached to Britain, not so much anymore, but the country itself was gone. And you know you're gone when you start importing people to replace your children. Like, that's just the most obvious. You know, what's your birth rate doing? Are people reproducing? Do they have enough confidence and enough self-respect to keep the project going with their genes? And no, they don't. So I think the bigger the empire, the farther out over its skis it gets, obviously, the more
Harder it falls.
Yeah, exactly. The uglier the crash. And I'm worried about our country because there is no coherent nation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I spoke to an employer this morning, a big industrial employer who's a close friend of mine. So, you know, Republican, optimistic, very smart person.
I hate that I have to do this in order to, like, just function as a human adult.
These Midwestern states had zero unemployment. I don't care what they tell you. We can't find English-speaking workers. Nobody speaks English. And you have to work in our plant. You have to speak English for safety reasons. And we can't, nobody speaks English. And this is in a major American Midwestern state. This is a major industrial company that makes things. He said, we can't. Nobody. In fact, he told me one of his competitors is going out of business because of labor shortages. And the problem is English. There just aren't enough English speakers in the United States to staff a factory.
Holy shit.
So I think those of us who live in kind of like legacy communities where, you know,
Thanks for the sparkles,
your
weaponized
neighbors had an
cats.
ancestor in the Civil War, are not seeing what the country's becoming.
Yeah, well, deadheads, you gotta know. Tucker Carlson is a deadhead. That's actually another strike against him.
But that's not a reflection of what the country is.
I don't think deadheads should be trusted at all.
That's not happening in Russia.
Deadheads are people who
So those are the measures,
pretend to be all about fam and all about being in the family, but really they're just sticking by you, waiting to see if they can score some kind of, you know, they can get a ground score off of you.
What matters is who lives in your country. Are there people whose ancestors live there, or are they brand new people with no connection to all the country, are likely to treat the current occupants with contempt and as a source of income and to be exploited? Anyway, so yeah, I'm concerned.
We all are.
Everybody knows what it's like to get stuck at the airport on a road trip and feel desperately hungry, and that can get ugly because there's a lot of crap for sale at airports, we can tell you firsthand. So bring the Everyday Bar. It's a glowing exception. The Everyday Bar is a protein bar. It's made from 3 simple ingredients: beef, sea salt, grass-finished beef towels. That means no seed oils, no weird blends, no asterisks at the end. You can read all of the ingredients on the list in 2 seconds, and there's nothing you can't pronounce. We just pronounced it. This bar wasn't dreamed up in a marketing meeting. It was created by a combat medic who spent months in Afghanistan living on nothing but MR. And check the pinned comment of us, or what our political system, but what's happening inside of us. Because you said we're all kind of evil.
Yeah. I think so. I think... I don't know how to fix it, Tucker. I mean, what the fuck do I know? But I think that...
Drugs fry people's brains, dude. Not only that, but the music. Like, I have friends, obviously, I have dreadlocks. And I used to do dreadlocks for a career. So I had clients and friends who I would, like, go out with them sometimes to where they usually went. And I had a situation where I was standing in a room listening to this band, the Grateful Dead cover band. Sidebar, my aunt is a Grateful Dead cover band musician. She's been playing, I didn't realize that she was playing Grateful Dead cover music until I came to Oregon and someone was like, oh, this is the Grateful Dead. music, and I was like, wait a minute, this music sounds familiar. Oh my god, this is music my aunt's been playing my whole life. That weird. Didn't realize I was listening to the Grateful Dead. But anyway, so my uncle is like a famous banjo player, mandolin player. Anyway, so I'm standing in a room while this Grateful Dead cover band is playing, and I'm watching the band, and I'm watching the crowd, and I'm feeling, you know, I'm hearing the music, I'm in the room as well. So anyway, the band starts playing a little bit like a boom, 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 you know, whatever. The people are like going up like this, and then they start to play slower, like boom, 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 slower music, and everybody in the whole crowd started dancing like low like this. And then they sped it up again and had people standing up and raising their arms up again, and then they played it low. I was literally watching it. What do you got in your hand? Is it a knife? What is that? Do not be flashing that around outside. Someone might think it's real because it's not painted black. It doesn't have an orange cap on it. You just don't see a lot of things. You don't see. Anyway, so I was like watching, and then I was like, holy shit, dude, this fucking band is literally like hypnotizing this crowd right now, and these people don't even, they're all fucking in their own little worlds. They think that they're having, you know, with their friends, they're having a moment with their friends, not even paying attention to what's going on around them. And so they all think that they're just having a little vibey moment with their friends, and they were. But the entire room was being possessed. And I'm sorry, but nope, not for me, buddy. It's not for me. It's not for me.
And I want to be quiet.
Don't want to be not interested in that shit. That shit is not for me. But also, you know, it's very clear based on who each of the Grateful Dead musicians are, based on what has transpired throughout the years and what happened when they were active before Jerry died. It's just very clear that they were in a form of the Israeli propaganda arm that is attached to our CIA. So it's very, very clear. And I'm sorry, but I trust my natural ability to discern things like that. And I've never liked the Grateful Dead, never been really into their music. I know, I've never really been into the people who like the Grateful Dead. I've made some exceptions for people in my life, but by and large, being a fan of the Dead counts against people. Plus, I have an up-close view of what the Grateful Dead music specifically does to people in my aunt. My aunt became one of those super crazy, hippie-turned COVIDian. So I can't clean my room, unfortunately. I'm waiting for a new carpet to be installed in the bedroom, in the 2 bedrooms over there. So until they do that, my room is a mess. They're coming tomorrow. So get over yourself.
These numbers shot up. We need to do more of this. Oh, that's going to be big numbers. Let's do that. You know, and I mean, I'm not saying like I totally sold out to it or anything, but it was a big driver. It was a huge driver. Yes. You know, and
what time is it? 2:40. I gotta take Elliot to his dad's.
The $200 million deal that Rogan got. I'm not gonna get it. That's just not how my life works. I always have to. Nothing is ever handed to me, and I always have to find other avenues to do what I want. Would you want $200 million? Yeah, you know, of course that's what I want. Now I don't give a shit because now I see it. It just never fucking ends. It never ends. So now I don't, because now I.
Yep, my auntie is a deadhead.
I was putting business and money over. I hate to say it like this.
She even named her child after a Grateful Dead song.
I realized that I was putting money and attention and maybe power.
Yep. And it's not a curtain, it is a bathrobe. And the reason why I have that Grateful Dead bathrobe is because I support my friends' small businesses, even if I don't like what, you know. I wanted a robe, and I wanted a specific robe that was a specific material and a specific length, and she had exactly what I wanted, and I was able to support my friend's small business. So
You get all the information. What do you do with it? Nothing. You just fucking look cool. You sound important. And your kids are growing up. Yeah. It makes me sad. I don't want to do that again.
If it makes you feel better, having been in this business my whole life, I think every single person goes through what you've described, and the life cycle of yours was the shortest I've ever heard. But if you figure that out in a year, you know, while your children are so small, you haven't gotten to the cats in the cradle stage where they're like, "Oh, Dad, we hate you."
I hope I never get to that stage.
Well, you won't, because you figured it out young. You went through it really fast. But there are people, I can think of one in particular, really good guy, great guy, very well informed, very famous person in our business, missed his entire life.
Well, he's a very guy.
Fun guy to have lunch with, you know, knows everybody, knows everything. Funny story.
Baby.
You know, like, but
What?
a tragic person.
What?
And was left at the end with literally nothing.
You got any artifact in the backyard?
He gained the world.
Okay, don't do around the backyard.
You know, I know. I do. Yeah.
Okay, put it in front by our plants.
No,
You know where I just potted up. I just planted a bunch of seeds.
So you said that you have a program. I mean, if you don't mind, I would love to know what your program is for keeping.
He found an artifact.
For keeping yourself from imagining your.
Today, just soaking up the relaxing time before stressful time. Kicks back up again. Savoring our Sunday in a godly way.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Eating healthy food. Moving our body. Elliot is socializing with the neighbor kids.
Cracked me open, wide open again. And,
Oh, this fucking shoulder, dude. There is still a muscle in there that is like not, there it is. That is not getting,
You got
it's not waking up.
I can't say I got what I wanted, but I didn't get anything from that. I got it all from God. And I kept saying that, like the psychedelics would be like a fucking quick fix for me. I just want to clean it out. I want to reset. And I would take all the science that they're finding, you know, the good things about it and justify it.
See, listen to them try to propagandize you not to take psychedelics because they realize how they make you connect with God in an internal way. You don't have to go outside of yourself to have a very spiritual and very real connection, communication moment with God. See? Look at him try to discourage people from doing it. I mean, I don't think people should play around with psychedelics at all. I think people should have a very healthy respect for them, and they're not meant to be taken for funsies at a club. No, it's meant to heal yourself from trauma or if you're feeling like you don't believe in God, do psychedelics. You know, have an experience.
Yeah, I don't know what the steps are, Tucker. I'm just figuring it out.
Maybe saying it out loud.
Frig.
The steps are listen to your wife, pay attention to your kids, and some of the people that are really, really close around you. But even that, you know, even with my team, like I told you, my team's like my family. Like Tim was sitting over here. He's been with me since the 5th episode, and Kimball has been with me since he's 17. He's like 26 or 27 now.
Why does it sound like they're in the backyard?
Elijah's been with me since I think the 5th episode too. Runs my whole company now. Started off making like $200 an episode.
This channel is not about anything, Jennifer. It's not for you.
Sound engineer. Now he runs my whole company. I hired all these fucking CEOs and all these.
I turned the
big
volume
things
down.
And this kid,
I love that.
he runs circles around him, like, and I trust him with my life. But, and so we're like a family. But even with them, I mean, with my show has just gotten so big, it's inflated all of our egos. And so we're a bunch of good people with inflated egos that don't realize that we all have inflated egos because of what we built. And I would constantly, I'm like, why are you don't get into me? You're good.
No, sir. You're perfect.
It's not that though. It's not that. They tell me when I'm fucking up. It's not that. It's their ego is also being inflated because they're just as much a part of this as I am.
Yeah.
You know, and they've built something.
They're
massive,
on my
and that grows in
upside
ego.
down
They see the
thing.
comments,
They're hanging
they get the
upside down.
praise. Yes. And they go through all of that with me. You know, and so we're all blind to it. So it takes somebody close that's not inside of it to set your ass straight.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Of course it absolutely.
It's not the yes men. I don't have any yes men.
I don't either. I hate people who do.
Fired all the yes men.
I've had a couple hyper annoying kids work for me over the years who I truly love, two of them, at different times, and they were the no men, and they would doubt everything and constantly criticize me in a hyper annoying way. But I trusted them because I thought they were being honest. They're both kind of autistic, and they'd be like, "I think it's really stupid what we're doing." I would always want to say, "Shut up! I employ you." But then I would force myself to listen, and I learned more from them. Both turned out to be very successful in life, actually. But I loved having people like that.
Yeah.
As much as I hated having people like that.
I always listen to them.
Yeah. Oh, me too. Yeah.
Are you ready to get down?
So as you embark on whatever.
No! Don't put your butt in my face! Money!
You think, well, gee, you know, I'm so successful in conventional terms. Maybe I shouldn't mess with the formula. Are you afraid?
No.
Thanks, buddy.
Have you even thought of that?
Yeah. Like what happens if the numbers go to
Thanks,
zero?
buddy.
Yeah. I don't care. This is not worked out.
Cannot believe she's going into heat again. She literally just got out of heat literally a week ago.
If they go to zero, then they go to zero. And if
Why?
I'm doing what God
It's
wants
not
me to
normal.
do, then they're not going to go to
Ow.
zero, are they?
I personally think it'll be bigger, actually, for what
Ow,
I know that's not
bitch.
why you're doing it. But if I had to guess, I would say that anyone, even former Navy SEALs who've never been in broadcasting before, anyone who's as honest as he can be succeeds. I think that.
Thank you. But
Because there's so little of it. That I don't think the measure is, are you always right? No one is. I'm certainly not. But if you're making like an obviously sincere effort to tell the truth, people really they crave it because there's just not much of it at all. Like that's the superpower, and you seem like you're embarking on like a radical version of that. So I bet you're going to have radical results. I mean, again, not that you care, and because you don't care, that's why it's going to work.
if it happens, it happens. And if it doesn't, that's fine too.
Are you, like the people closest to you?
They're trying to make us all go, oh man, Sean Ryan, you know what? I've never watched his show before, but now that I'm hearing him talk, I think I'm gonna give his show a listen.
So
They're trying to seed him onto us because he is
there
a
were supernatural forces, demons that could act on people. Did you grow up knowing that? Did you think about that?
I definitely didn't grow up knowing that. You know, the first time.
Yep, that's pretty much my life. I'm boring, nobody special, and yet I have people who, on the internet,
I really felt
talk
it,
about me, everything I do.
was maybe
They dissect every
3
single thing I
years
do on the
ago.
internet, on like Reddit or whatever.
I just done my Ryan Montgomery.
Why does it smell like rubbing alcohol?
You met. And, love
What are you
that.
doing?
He's one of my best friends. He's gonna be my son's godfather.
Wow.
And here next month. But I just did his episode, which would really hurt me. And Tyler Edgevartis, who was the survivor at Abbey Gate, who's like 24 years old, had his arm blown off, had his leg blown off. has a bag, you know, and I'm like watching this kid like hobble up my stairs with the Afghan withdrawal and the lies that came out about that, and nobody would talk to him. Here's a God thing. So I thought, my whole team was like, you need to get this kid. And I'm like, yeah. He's got like every major news outlet probably wants to talk to him. Tucker Carlson probably wants to talk to him. Joe Rogan. I'm like, he doesn't want to fucking talk to me. There's no way. And I pinged him on Instagram. And he hit me right back. And, you know, a lot of the guests come out. We have breakfast, you know, the day of, or we have dinner the night before. And I'm having breakfast with him and his fiance, and he's like, man, he started crying. And he's like, man, he goes, all these news networks were trying to get me, and he goes, Good Morning America interviewed me for like 7 hours. And they released like, I can't remember, it was like 5 minutes or 5 seconds. I think it was like 5 seconds of the interview. And he's like, I was there for 7 hours. And he's like, I looked at my fiance, and he goes, I just wish the Sean Ryan guy would just reach out to me. And he pulled up his phone, and sure as shit, there was a message from me. And he broke down right there at the table. That is wild. And so me and my wife went to Sedona. We went on this vacation to Sedona. And so I, you know, it's like, I just found out how bad it is with what's going on with kids online and the sex exploitation and pedophiles and all that kind of stuff. And then like the day after I did that interview was Tyler Andrew Vargas. And then the one friend that I had and where I lived at the time, who's like a genuine friend, successful guy, owns some hospitals. He didn't need anything from me. I don't need anything from him. I really enjoy those relationships. I know there's not a fucking hidden ask getting ready to happen, or some kind of agenda, or a photo op, or whatever it may be. And like just genuine, we can go out to eat, and it's not going to be, hey, do you mind if we just, you know?
Thank God I went out there.
I got this
My mom instinct was firing up, is what it was. They're out there messing with my thing that I hang upside down on. And they're like, one is on either side doing this with it. And there's like a little one. He's like, you know, he's tiny. He's like 5 or 6 maybe, but he's just real small. He's a real short kid. And he's a tough one. I've seen him do some crazy stunts on bikes and stuff, but still, he's small. And so he almost got hit in the head with the foot part that Elliot was like pushing as hard as he could, so the thing was coming up very fast. He hit his arm instead. These fucking kids are gonna kill each other, and then it's gonna be my responsibility. The very first time that his parents let him come over here, I'm gonna be the one that has to fucking deal with the mom. Lord have mercy. Oh yes, I'm definitely an alcoholic. The person who gets a hangover from looking at a glass of cider.
It's a genuine friendship. Anyways, he died. And I was like, yeah, he died. He died on a hunting trip. His name's Dan Cirillo. He died on a hunting trip with his son. Had a heart attack.
Oh, come on. At what age?
I don't know. He was probably mid to late 50s, if I had to guess. But I mean, I'm happy for him. Look, if that's how I go on a hunting trip with my son, who's raised and doing great,
I agree.
then I'll say
As someone who's 57, no, I'm opposed to the time.
yeah, me too. But so all these
Yep,
things
I
happen,
do.
and then and we go to we're in Sedona, and I'm just I have a breakdown on the plane. I don't really break down other than lately, and
Trying to make sure my arms
my
are in the
wife's like,
same
"What the hell is
place.
going on with you?" And I start telling her, and then the last day, I was like, all right, I'm just going to come off my phone for the week and maybe I'll feel better. I felt a little bit better. And then I got on my phone and I saw this country music star that I had a lot of respect for at the time. And she's going on about how drag queens should be able to, like, shake their ass in front of toddlers. And I was like, man. A couple weeks later, she gets a big show. And anyways, but I see this stuff and I'm like, fuck, man. And so I smoke a joint and tell Katie, we're going on a hike. We're going to go up to this energy vortex. I want to see if I feel something. And joint didn't help.
I was gonna say, let me guess, you didn't feel anything.
And dude, I went like bananas. Like this is one thing about the psychedelic stuff that I didn't really like, where it took me. I was looking for all these other fucking things. I was into like looking at crystals and all this shit. And energy comes out of the crystals, whatever. And we go.
Are you retarded?
Vortex, and then I'm like,
You use crystals for fucking the creation of lasers and watches.
And,
They actually like
so we're
literally
marching
do
back down,
conduct
hiking back
electricity.
down, and I'm having like this internal battle in my
That's
in
how
my head.
watches work.
And like I'm like maybe I should be worried about dismembering kids and politicians and schools and athletes and celebrities, like pushing, you know, you should be the opposite sex and let's put some hormones in you. Let's get you in the hospital. And I'm like, maybe I'm the fucked up one. Maybe nobody else seems to give a shit. Maybe I'm the one maybe it's me. Maybe why are you fighting this shit? And I just kept, it felt like I was like surrendering my soul or my heart to the devil, maybe. But there was like this internal battle going on, and I was literally trying to convince myself that I was I'm feeling all this pain because, you know, this is when the MAPS thing started coming out, you know, the minor attracted person. Yeah. Can't call him pedophile, gotta call him a minor attracted person, because that's offensive, Tucker. And so I'm like trying to convince myself, like, Deshaun, maybe you're just, this is old school thinking. Maybe you shouldn't be so upset about all this thing.
You're the crazy one.
Yeah. And it's dark, and we're staying at a really nice resort down there, and there's a guarded gate, and I pay attention to that shit because of my background, SEAL and contracted for CIA, and so I pay attention to that kind of shit, and those guys, that demographic of people love my show, you know, because of all the military guys I've had on it, so they all know me, and I stop and talk to them all. We've been there for a week, and and this old man comes out of the guard shack, and he's like trying to talk to me. And I'm looking at him over my shoulder, like giving the body language, like, not now, buddy. I don't give a shit what you have to say. I just want to go to my fucking room. And then my wife stops and talks to him. And I'm like, oh shit. So I turn around and I square up to him. And he looked at me and he read my mind from front to back. He said, you know all this shit that's going on with the kids? So that's not your fight. And then he kept talking. And then I was like really worried about China. And that's when spy balloon traversed over the US.
Holy crap.
He know something about China, and I like lost it. I was like, how the fuck are you in my head?
Oh, my nose was itching so bad.
Like, how are you in my head?
God, that was driving me nuts. I was trying so hard not to stop and itch my nose for so long. I was like, oh, it's fine, you can fight it.
The rest of what he said, but I knew
I was making it motivate me.
Said like 2 or 3 more things, and then have a good night, and walked back into his guard shack. And I'd never seen this.
Yeah, you should look into it, Mean Thread. The most expensive, like, I'm pretty sure that, like, that's why Rolex watches are so expensive. They have like 16 or 32 maybe jewels, gems,
and
garnets, rubies.
there was this my
quartz.
best friend.
Quartz, I think, conducts the most electricity. Quartz is used in all kinds of things. And you need lasers in order, you need crystals in order to make lasers function. They've learned how to make crystals now.
He's the guy, like,
So, like, that's just obvious that they're trying to, like, propagandize people who don't really know, but might be slightly curious and that kind of thing.
And then I met him contracting for the agency, and we became really good friends, and he had the same reputation there. And when we first got there, we'd seen this guy, and he looked identical. Like, same, he could have been a twin. Like you could tell them apart, but he could have been an identical twin to Gabe. And I'm in this super vulnerable state, and this guy's like everywhere we're at this week. And I pointed him out, and Katie was like, yeah, looks identical to him. If we're out in town at a restaurant, this dude's out there. If we're on a hike, he's like right behind us or coming back. If we go to the pool, he's at the pool. And it was just weird. It's like this guy's like always around.
Yeah, it's not
going on. Well, coincidence though. Like I'm on top of shit like that, you know, and I know where you're going. It wasn't like surveillance or anything like that. And so we're walking back to the bungalow
Jesus, cat!
that we've been at all week, and
He's trying to kill me, this cat.
I think,
Yes, you do, Mean Thread. Everybody does.
the guard shack was God just talking to me. And
Yeah,
Katie
we can
goes,
turn it up a little bit.
yeah, you think, Sean? And I was like, that's fucking crazy. And she's like, that's not fucking crazy. She said, Sean, God's always talking to you. You just don't make the room to let him in. And then we go to our bungalow, and this dude is staying on the other side of it. So I took that as this guy's like, maybe something else kind of watching over us while I'm in this vulnerable state. And then I get into the bungalow, and I start crying, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? You get this shit. Let me pull this text up, I'll read it to you. We're talking, and my phone dings, and it's Dan's daughter, who I've never met. She doesn't have my number. Her dad just died, and I get this text.
On the hunting trip with his son.
Yeah. It says, hey, Sean. This is Taylor, Dan's daughter. My dad requested that I reach out to you. I had a moment with him the other day when my mom and I walked into his gun room. It was the first time she had been in there since his passing, and I felt the whole room waken like invisible stars were just bouncing off the walls. There were a few people in the room, but he really grabbed me by the balls, as he would say, and made a couple of clear points. I want you to know he spoke very gently, very smooth-like, and he was calm and tranquil. One favor he asked of me is that I contact you when I'm ready. He didn't give me any more direction than that, but I think he would just like you. I think he would just like you to know he sees you or feels you. My mom told me recently you had become his best friend and favorite person to be around. And if that's true, it's safe to say he really loved you.
Oh, my left arm
just
is like
exactly as you are. Unfortunately, my dad didn't really
being
talk
weak.
about our
I hate being a
personal
weak
lives.
little
We had more
woman.
of a feeling type relationship. Not a lot of talking,
Hate
but just
that in
the right
order to
amount
like
of loving from
survive
afar.
alone, I have to be
If there's-
strong
if
like
there's
this.
ever a
So
chance
stupid.
you'd feel comfortable
Not smart
talking
enough
about
to
yours and his story, I'd
survive
love
on
to
my
hear
brain
about it.
power.
And I'm sure he would too. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. So that changed my life forever.
Did you talk to her?
Yeah.
That's an incredible story.
Pretty wild, isn't it?
Did you doubt it? Or did you
Not
not?
at that point.
You knew.
I mean, that all happened in about 15 minutes from walking through the gate to seeing Gabe's identical twin to
Dan's daughter, who'd never met me and didn't have my phone number, texted me that.
This is not what you expected when you got on the flight to Sedona.
That's one way to put it.
How much, your wife said that God is always talking to you, but you don't hear it because you're distracted. Do you think that's true?
Yeah. Yeah.
Elliot wanted me to take one of his toys inside.
In that year and a half I was telling you about that
You should look that up.
And all that get to me.
You should look it up for sure. Yeah. Vixen, I am not nearly as strong as I want to be.
Yeah, we've all been there. For sure. Especially with knowledge, it's not just money and
I
fame.
need to be as strong as a weaker. I need to be as
the,
strong as a
the
normal
idea that
man.
You know stuff that civilians don't know. That's a kind of arrogance and lie.
Because that's. I need to be strong for my job.
You don't know the things I know. Why am I even listening to you?
Yeah.
Oh, I've definitely been there.
It's a pretty fucked up place to be.
Yeah, it's a pretty subtle temptation too, because of course, who doesn't want more knowledge? Isn't the whole point of this business to find out how things work?
That's what everybody will make you think.
Well, that's what I've always assumed. And then as my wife once pointed out to me, Adam and Eve didn't get ejected from the garden because of their ignorance, but because of their knowledge. So,
I've literally been saying this kind of
knowledge
stuff.
for its own sake. You know, I have mixed feelings about it. I used to think that was like the highest virtue, was just to like know more. But having learned a lot, more than, I think, not to be arrogant, more than most people, I'm not sure it got me anything. It definitely didn't get me to understanding.
Yeah.
Did you feel that as you learned, as you uncovered more and more lies? Did you feel happier, more content, more at peace? Did you feel like you had a deeper understanding of other people, or did you just feel agitated?
Oh, just agitated, just anger and rage. And
They are literally trying to subtly hint to the general boomer masses that we need to stop looking into things and we need to stop being curious. Like, I mean, it is true. It is true. But when the government sends people out to tell us to do it, that's when it's like, well, fuck, now I really can't. Now I have to pay extra close attention.
Being home.
Lame.
And I tried to play with my kids, and I wasn't there.
I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to have to know things. I want to be able to just,
try to smoke,
you know,
smoke a joint
live
or
my
something
life.
to get in the present moment. That wouldn't work. So I quit all of
Dude,
that shit.
guys,
Got
come
new
on!
devices now. It's great.
Stop it!
When did you give up weed?
About a month ago.
How's it going?
Great.
Elliot!
Any downsides?
Elliot!
Nope.
Go through the front
Didn't affect your
door!
sleep?
I don't know what's affecting my sleep.
You can't sleep anyway, so just...
That's not, that's all this other stuff that I'm going through right now that's affecting my sleep. It's not that.
But you gave up weed, no drinking.
No drinking, haven't had a job in over 4 years. That happened after I began. And then, yeah, now no caffeine.
No caffeine?
Nicotine.
No nicotine?
Sorry.
Okay, now, okay.
Sorry. But,
you know, Sean, I was with you until right then. But you start getting into nicotine, and that's like crazy town.
no drugs, no weed, no nothing.
What do you think of it?
It's great. There's just nothing to mask your emotions. Fucking naked in front of everybody. It's happening, when I'm reading that text, that would never happen before. I'm feeling things. I'm feeling emotions that, before I just felt rage, just anger. That's pretty much it. And now I'm feeling all of them.
I think that's why we use substances. We don't have to do that, right? Was it a hard transition?
Not as hard as you think.
You don't feel on overload?
This is what puts me on overload.
Was it hard to get off? What was harder, getting off caffeine and nicotine or social media?
Yeah.
How long did it take to get over your withdrawals, your ex withdrawals?
Not long, but my circumstances are a little different because of the things I'm dealing with right now and what I was, describing to you with the priests and that kind of stuff. It's just so much more important and so much more real. So I have to deal with that, and which means I can't be dealing with this, and I know what this will do. I know it will throw me back on the path that I was on, and I don't want any part of that anymore.
So you're describing the phone as actively evil. I mean, that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
I took my
one
freaking
person showed
exercise
me,
thing downstairs. I
talking
sure
about Adam and
did.
Eve.
I remember to grab this from
What
down
is
there,
that?
but I left the other thing, of course.
It's an apple.
Yeah, with one bite out of it.
I've never thought of that. Huh. So it's like, this is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, basically. I never thought of that.
I've literally been saying
Continue
that.
there. You can tell what a deep person I am. How often do you have a realization like that, and you understand that, like, something you've had in your hand, every 5 minutes for the last 10 years, you've never really thought about it?
Yeah.
How am I missing the most obvious things?
I don't know. I mean, we're all a slave to it.
So you're rolling out an app called Glacier.
Yeah.
One of my least favorite things to talk about is technology.
The phone is
I
the
should say.
the
or other people.
the tree of knowledge. I just came out with an app. People. Thank you. I can't see your name. Typo. Thai Port Zen. Thank you so much for the power potion. No, I'm not Irish. I mean, I have some Irish in me, for sure, but no. I am a natural blonde. I use plants on my hair to make it red. Oh, it looked like something's laying in the road, dead, but it's the shadow and the curb that scared me. Alright, I can't really listen to this anymore. They're playing out by the front door. My camera keeps alerting me.
Ask me which way was the quad ring? I don't know. Or the image of a guy in a red t-shirt. That's not going to cut it. Joe? Being underwater, is it all? I chose not to answer. Was there something else I was going to bring up for you? Oh.
Yes, I have dreads.
Miss Daisy.
Please don't be
was out there
weird about my
looking
armpit,
around.
dude. Just let me exercise in peace
Erica
without having to
Frostface
like
social
try to
media.
avoid putting my armpits on camera, okay?
We're going to get into that tonight. There's some really interesting things. And we're not talking about old fish fillet posts from 2014. We're
Mystery
talking about
gift. Thank you so
2
much.
weeks before Charlie died.
I super appreciate
Really
all the
interesting.
gems.
So buckle up. Buckle up. I forgot about that. I forgot all about that. So yeah, buckle up. We're going to get through it. But let me start asking some questions. Because I fear for Tyler Robinson's life. I fear for Tyler Robinson's life. I fear he's in grave
Hello,
danger
Amana.
from the moment Judge Tony Graff decides to send this thing to trial. Because the way that's going to be messaged, you watch the people come out of the courtroom and say, 4K, high definition footage, plain as day, you get to see him pull the trigger. That's a lie. It's a lie. You know it's a lie. I know it's a lie. They know it's a lie. They're going to have to live with that one day. They're going to have to face their creator one day and explain why they lied and Was it worth it? But I fear for his life. Because when we can run through these questions today, what you're going to find out is there's no way the prosecution can try this case. There's no way. There's no way they can win this case. I think the case is unwinnable based on what we know. I think in a few minutes after I roll through these, you're going to agree with me. This is a fairly unwinnable case from the prosecution. There are a lot of things they could have told us and did not. I've already covered a lot of them that I'm not going to cover now. Like, why didn't the parents testify? Well, he obviously didn't tell them he did it. You were lied to for 10 months. You were told for 10 straight months that Tyler Robinson confessed to his parents. And then when it came put up or shut up time, they shut up. They did not produce the parents. That was shut up time. That was shut up time. So let me roll through some of these questions, because I think these are pretty good questions. We saw grainy.
I didn't come up with it. I didn't know what I was getting on my chest until after it was already done.
It was so poor in quality that
The woman who tattooed me, I give her free reign
at one point, we had a car that they called
to do whatever she feels like.
It kind of looked like a.
She's tattooed me 3 times like that.
Somebody's house, and the lights flashed a few times, and maybe you saw some feet or legs or something. We couldn't make heads or tails of it. And then on cross-examination, it comes out that there was a bald man and 3 passengers, at least according to the person's video they were using, their Nest doorbell camera. A lady named Miss Noble. She's delightful. Nothing wrong with Miss Noble. She's not hiding the ball on anything. But that was her statement she gave on that. So the question became, how intentionally downgraded was this footage? You know, you see the quality that I'm coming through on you right now.
Hello, love.
1080p coming through you.
Hello, my love. She did hyper realistic pot leaf or pot bud on my leg, and she did a fish on my thigh and the mandala on my
How high quality is the
forearm.
footage on that campus?
Can't talk.
How high quality is the footage on the campus? Is it all muddy and underwater? Does it all look like it was filmed with a potato in 1994? I remember the very first picture I ever took of myself. I was in law school. It was 2003 or 4. I can't remember which. I did not know cell phones existed on cameras at the time. I mean, I didn't know cameras existed on cell phones. Mrs. Coleman and I were out at a bar. It got a little raucous towards the end of the night, and somebody pulled out a phone and took a picture. And I thought, you could take a picture on a phone? What? And so he turned around, he took a picture of all of us. My first cell phone. My first cell phone was at a bar in a college town. And I immediately texted to a few people. And all of them were just blown away by it. They were like, whoa, you can take pictures in real time at a bar? Are you out of your mind? 11 p.m. on a Thursday night or whatever night it was? Yeah, you could. If you went back and looked at that picture now, you might not even be able to recognize it because we become so accustomed to our high-quality images we see every day. That image was like half a megapixel. I mean, it was horrible. It was horrible quality. But I thought it looked pretty good at the time. Unfortunately, UVU has provided this same quality of image, this half a megapixel quality of image. The question is that really the quality of the imagery? In other words, can we tell what the alleged Tyler Robinson is actually doing on it? They tell us he crawls. Can we actually see him crawl? Do you have footage high quality enough that you would actually be able to see him crawl? Do you, when he Spider-Man's off, can you see what's in his hand? Does it look like a gun? The lousy quality footage they gave us doesn't seem to answer that question, but does better quality footage exist? I don't know, but that's a question that I still have. Speaking of footage on campus, where in the heck is the Chick-fil-A footage? You know, part of their narrative that they put forward was Tyler Robinson showed up, went to the parking garage, went to the quad, all that stuff. Then he leaves, drives off campus, walks back on campus, and decides, I would like nothing more than a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich. Maybe a box of Nuggies. Maybe he gets a frozen lemonade, a frosted lemonade, whatever you call it. Those are delicious, by the way. Not sponsored, but they are delicious. Maybe he wanted a frosted lemonade. Maybe he wanted a peach milkshake. We don't know what he got at the Chick-fil-A because we have no imagery. We have no receipt. Where is the footage? Where is the receipt? You want to put him on campus now twice. 2 times he had to pay He had to pay to get Chick-fil-A, he had to pay to get in the parking lot. What source of payment did he use? You're telling us it's him, prove it. Put up or shut up. Don't show me a blurry image of a guy in a red t-shirt. That's not going to cut it. Did they get the license plate number from the parking lot? He parked in a parking garage. Most parking garages have a camera right on there. Why? Because if you bust in there or bust out of there without paying, they want to know who you are.
Crescent moon on my
They
forehead.
don't want to say, well, this is a Gray Dodge Challenger.
Go
They want to
check
say
my
it was a Gray
kid.
Dodge Challenger, license plate ACE712, Utah tag. I don't know who that is. Don't look it up. Don't contact that person. I just made that up off the top of my head. But usually there's some, the parking lots in Nashville I go to, you don't even pay. You just drive in and they bill your license plate because you signed up one time 11 years ago. They obviously have the capacity to look at your license plate number. Where is that footage? Where is the license plate? Where were you able to confirm that was his car? Speaking of the parking lot, he walks out of the parking garage and onto the quad. He walks out to the quad, they call it, or the amphitheater area. He meets with an elected representative. He meets with a TPUSA representative. That's their testimony, not mine.
They are in my yard.
Who? Who did he
Whoa,
meet with?
cool, thank you.
talk about
The
somebody who
heck,
put
that's
him on
awesome.
campus. We don't have to worry about
Thank
blurry
you.
cell phone footage. We don't have to worry if
Yeah,
somebody
for
stole
real,
his
thank you.
debit card and
I'm so glad you're
accidentally
here,
used it to pay in
Papa.
the parking
Yay.
lot, or Chick-fil-A. We don't have to worry about any of that. We've got an eyewitness. There's only one eyewitness in this story. This whole story of Tyler Robinson, there's only one eyewitness. You know who it is? Well, two, really. Only one's gone on the record on video. Diligent Denizen. On X, on YouTube, he went down to Penguin, Utah. He met with the server at Cowboy Steakhouse who checked out Tyler Robinson. He 100% definitively ID'd Tyler Robinson by his face and his voice. Now, is he right? Do we know if he's right? I don't know. But it's the only person willing to make a definitive identification. The only person who says, without a doubt, I know that's who I talked to. The only person that's provided any evidence of it. Here's a receipt that he used. This is the receipt that was generated. That's it. That's the only person. Well, the TPUSA representative could have sat in the witness stand and said, yes, I met with him. I saw him face to face. I looked evil in the eye. And they would know looking evil in the eye working at TPUSA. I'm sure they watched the videos. I don't know what the board meetings are like there or what the staff meetings are like. Ugh. Anyway, they would know looking evil in the eye if you saw him. I promise you. Where was that person? Why hide that person? You have an opportunity to convince Judge Graff, yeah, he was here. I think the biggest weakness in the entire case is whether or not Tyler Robinson was even there. If they can put him there, if they can definitively place him on campus, that's a weakness in Tyler Robinson's case. Likewise, if they can't, that's a weakness in the state's case. You can't kill someone on campus if you weren't on campus. You can't,
Hello, Raven.
look around and say, gosh, why are you charging me if you were on campus? So that's a weakness in the case, both ways.
Thanks
Put
so
that
much for the
weakness to
gifts.
bed and bring in the
I'm going to
TPUSA
thank you in
representative and
advance
say,
in case you
I,
send any more.
Mary,
Because
Jim,
I'll just be
Jim
here
Bug,
saying
whatever
thank
your
you the whole
name
time.
is, I looked Tyler Robinson in the eyes. He
Right
asked
now,
me which
I'm
way was
on-
the head. He asked me
What's that?
Which way was the quad train. I don't know. I have no idea what he would say. He might have said, where's Charlie Kirk sitting? What, is he under that tent or that tent? Where's he going to be? Any of these would be good because you'd be able to definitively replace Tyler Robinson. Or just show me the video footage. You obviously have video footage, right? Right? Surely it's high quality enough you can tell it's Tyler Robinson. But why didn't they present any evidence of that? They told us the meeting took place. Has that person even been questioned? Has that person been called in and given a statement? We don't know. We don't know. A question I have, because the only footage we've been given of the alleged Tyler Robinson on the roof, we got the initial clip from the FBI that started, looked like 3 to 5 seconds after the Big Bang. And you see a pixelated figure way off in the distance, about this big on your screen, scampering across the Losi Center roof. It's a camera that seems like it's 400 miles away. It's really just on the other side of a parking lot. And then you see this
so
pixelated
don't
image.
comment
You can't
on
really
it
tell what it's doing,
and
but it's sort of
don't
Spider-Man's
watch
off the
it.
back of the building.
Hey, girl.
To the floor and scampers off towards the road, and then it cuts off. That's all we were given initially. At the preliminary hearing, they gave us some
Did I tell you guys that Josh came? Have you guys heard what happened with the truck? It's not my transmission fluid, unfortunately. So it is the solenoid in the transmission or something. And so Josh ordered the part. It'll be here tomorrow. So hopefully that'll do it. But it's still gonna be a big ordeal. Josh is gonna try and fix it for me. And what's going on? Elliot! Don't let the cat out! Elliot, please don't come inside. I forgot I gotta take him to his dad's.
The other day said this. They gave us like a sizzle cut. They gave us some footage of him on a roof, but they didn't give us all the footage of him. They gave us like a couple of clips of him on the roof ahead of time, beforehand.
Oh my God.
And there were some minutes cut out of it, and it was obvious he was already up there when it started. Why did you not walk into the preliminary hearing and say, here it is, front to back. This is the moment he walks up on the roof until the moment he Spider-Man's down and goes to the street. Everybody just sit tight. It's about 9 minutes or it's 15 minutes. But we're just going to play it because we have nothing to hide. We're not afraid of any of this. The highest quality footage we have is 4K HD. They put it on a television screen. Let everybody look at it. Why didn't you do that? So the question is, how long
It is a sticker. It's a zip.
And what was he
patch.
doing?
I have a zip on my.
Can you see him assemble a rifle? Did he pull a rifle out of his pants? Or was he just happy to see us? I mean, seriously though, we're told did he pull it out of the back of his pants? Did he pull it out of the front of his pants? Did he have to screwdriver it together? Where did he screwdriver it together? Right over the rail? Did he go up by the... There are so many unanswered questions about this, and I don't understand why. You're trying to tell the judge to send it to a jury. You're trying to tell the judge it's definitively him. Give us everything you got. Show us what you got on the roof. Speaking of the roof, how did he get to the side? You know, he got to the side of the roof where he was allegedly looking over the ledge, perched with a gun. How did he get there? Did he run? Did he walk? Did he moonwalk? Did he hammer time over there? Did he can't touch this? Did he? I mean, how did he get over there? Did he crab walk? You know, where you put your hands down behind you and your belly's up in the air and you're sort of wiggling your way. Did he crab walk? Did he get on all fours? Was he on his hands or his elbows? Was he going? Because it's rock up there. It's hot rock. And where was his gun while he's doing this? While he's crawling, where's his gun? And how's he ensuring that the scope's not bouncing around over all the rocks? How's he making sure it maintains a zero while he's, is he all four crawling, crab walk crawling? There are a lot of unanswered questions. You're trying to tell me that it's more likely than not this guy took a shot from 138 to 142 yards away. A single shot and frankly didn't miss. But you don't tell me how he got the gun to the edge. Was there any other artifact visible while he was up there?
I'm so fucking sleepy all of a sudden. I'm stoned, I
He
think.
pulled out a phone. You know, every time we see him, he's pulling out a phone. It looks like he touched an earbud at one point. Maybe he's changing his song. Maybe he's singing a song.
I have no idea how long they are on.
Every time we see him, he seems to be playing on his phone. Did he pull out a phone?
I have no idea how long they are, honestly.
Did he pull out
somewhere between my ass and my knees?
Did he pull out any two-way communication? Did he flash any kind of signal? You know, if you want to eliminate the idea that this guy was working with anybody else and he was just a patsy and he was just a decoy, show us the whole video and show us there's no funny business going on. You know, I'm telling you right now, if he pulls out a phone or he pulls out a walkie-talkie or he's up there flashing signals, they got a problem. They got a real probable cause problem because their story doesn't hold up anymore. It fails to hold up at that point. The story would come apart if he's signaling somebody, if he's talking to somebody, or if he's acknowledging somebody up there. You know, any you guys ever scuba dive? You know all the motions? If he's doing anything up there, if there's any kind of signaling to anybody, they're in trouble. They're in trouble. Because that's not their story. That's not their story. Tyler Robinson solely playing and executed Charlie Kirk. It's irrelevant what's going on down below. You don't have to talk to anyone. You don't need to be on the phone. You don't need to be on your watch. You don't need to be on a CB. You don't need to be flashing signal. You can just walk up to the side of the edge and bang, and go on about your business. Is that why they haven't shown us high quality footage? Is that why they haven't shown us all the footage? Likewise, if we don't see him putting a gun together, if we don't see him screwing the gun together, how did he get the gun on the roof? And why was there a screwdriver? You figure since the screwdriver is the only thing that puts Charlie Kirk on the roof, the video they showed us would have showed him, putting the screwdriver together, putting the gun together. That's it. That's an integral part of the story.
I wish my shoulders would do the same thing.
Missing. It is not part of what we saw at the preliminary hearing. They told us there was a screwdriver. They told us it was on the roof. We didn't see it. They told us it was used. We didn't see it. And I'm telling you right now, if there's anything on that video footage that shouldn't be there, that indicates in any way whatsoever,
I wonder if I could crack my ribs.
He's not carrying the 30-06, or he did not put a gun together. They're cooked. They're cooked. They can't win the case. The case is out. And if I'm Tony Graff, I'm calling people into contempt for lying. I'm sanctioning people. I'm putting them in jail. I think I'm going to go out on a limb. I cannot see a reason they wouldn't have played the entire footage if it was innocent. This was a 5-day preliminary hearing. We're told he was up there, 15 to 18 minutes? They were in session for like 36 hours. Not only that, they knocked off at noon the day they ended. They had another several hours to go. Why didn't they play all the footage? I will plant a flag in this right here. I promise you, if this goes to trial and they show all that footage, there's something there that they don't want you to see. There's something, I don't know if it's something I said or something else I'm not thinking of. He did something on that roof that is inconsistent with their story, or you would have seen it. I'm telling you right now, I am confident in that statement. I've never been more confident about any aspect of this case than I am that statement right now. Every time they clipped the video, there was a reason why. There's a reason why they clipped the video at the top of the parking lot stairs. When they clipped a minute 5 seconds or a minute 6 seconds out, there's a reason they clipped the video footage at the top of the roof. There's a reason they didn't show the whole ingress all the way to the side of the building. There's a reason. I promise you, there's a reason. And I'm frankly shocked Judge Graff didn't say, where the hell's the rest of the video? Why are you only showing us like 2 minutes? He was up there 15, what's he doing? Show him putting the gun together. Show him crawling all the way out there. Show me that he doesn't stand up and signal somebody. Show me something. Because if there's any indication to anyone else on earth that he's on that roof, he's not alone. The story falls apart. Tyler Robinson goes home. He goes home. Because if they'll lie to you about that, they're lying to you about Tyler Robinson. This is a special note to the prosecution and the defense right here. You guys better be dadgum sure nothing else is on that footage. You better be really sure nothing else is. Because if I'm right, you guys are hiding something, and we've invested 10 and a half, almost 11 months into this case, and there's something on that roof that you didn't want us to see, may God have mercy on your soul. And may the court system not have mercy on your souls. Anything being hidden on that roof, every single person who knows about it and doesn't disclose it should be facing life in prison. The same punishment Tyler Robinson's facing. Anybody in the prosecution's office who hid what happened on that roof, who intentionally downgraded the quality of the roof, intentionally clipped around certain aspects of it, you guys should go to prison for a long time. Life. You're trying to put I don't believe the death penalty, so I'm not going to call you for the death penalty. But I think you should do life in prison with no parole. If there's anything on that footage, and you guys don't come clean with it by September 1st, when all the evidence is closed and you guys do summation, if you don't come clean with it by that date, and it comes out after the fact, may God have mercy on your souls, and may the court system have none. And because of the way it was clipped, I kept watching that footage this weekend that they played in the courtroom. I thought, they're hiding something. Something happened on that roof. He's not working alone.
Oh my goodness.
Whoever's on that roof is not working alone. They're hiding something. In all likelihood, what they're hiding is communication. In all likelihood, what they're hiding is communication. Communication with the cars on the ground, communication with somebody under the tent, something. Something. And I don't know what the form of communication was. Was he carrying more than one cell phone? Did he have a poster board he held up that said, "Hey, I'm about into position"? I don't know. But I'll put money on it. I'll put money on it. I'll donate $1,000 to TPUSA if they show us the whole footage and there's no attempt to communicate with anybody else. That's how confident I am. And I think the prosecution's hiding it, and it terrifies me that the defense might be hiding it. We'll find out, because we might not if Tyler Robinson dies. And this is why I'm worried about Tyler Robinson's safety. This is why I'm worried about his health and safety. They don't want to show you that video footage. If something happens to Tyler Robinson, you'll never see it. They'll delete that footage so fast your head will spin. They'll close this case. They'll pack it up. Woo! There'll be about 1,000 people involved in this case that'll all take a collective sigh of relief and move on. And where was his backpack? Where was his backpack? Where was his backpack when he climbed off the roof? Was it on his back still? Had he taken it off of his back?
The backpack is what he threw down.
Where was his backpack? What color was it? Was he wearing a jacket? Was he wearing a sweater? You know, we saw the pictures in the stairwell of him, and he looked like he just had on a t-shirt. But then we heard the testimony, or the phone call from the guy who recorded from the side, and said he looked like he was wearing full tactical gear. Jacket, boots, shorts, gloves, the whole 9 yards, maybe even a face mask and a helmet. So, if that guy says he's wearing a jacket, where's his jacket? Does he take it off? Can you find it? Have we found it? Speaking of being on camera, Spider-Man's off the building. And then we see him run to the street, and then the camera cuts off. They cut the footage. But they tell you he ran to the woods. How do they know that? If the camera footage stops with him at the street, how do they know he went to the woods? Are they guessing? Is there camera footage of him crossing the street, or does it stop when he gets to the street? And if there's camera footage of him crossing the street, does he go towards the woods? Do you see him go into the woods? How do you know he went in there? We take them at their word, and there was no real cross-examination on this. It was a little disappointing. I would have loved for them to say, whoa, Mr. Investigator, you say he went to the woods. How do you know that? How do you know he went to the woods? Do you have video footage of him in the woods? Do you have an eyewitness that shows him going into the woods? Because if he was going to the woods, did he cross the street? And if he crossed the street, did he take a right or did he take a left? Did he go straight? Where did he go? And then do we ever see him again? In other words, when he comes out of the woods, allegedly, assuming he went into the woods, do you see him again? Is that how you know he went into the woods? Because you saw him turn right and then you lost him towards the wooded line and then you see him come out and he's in the... You can tell it's him somehow? And did he go anywhere else on camera? Is there anywhere else he went on camera except the woods? And if he did, can we see it? Will you show it to us? Do we see him going anywhere else at all? The Falmina lady. the detective, Sergeant, whatever she is, Jennifer Faustina. No, Faustina's a saint. Falmina, I think is her name. Testified he went out of frame. Testified he went out of the frame. So how do you know he went in the woods? It's pretty convinced. I mean, that's a pretty critical part of this whole story. Jumps off the roof, runs to the woods, stashes the gun. Comes out of the woods, no gun. Different shirt. How long did that take? I mean, I measured it. It's about 100 meters down there to the wood line, to the chicken coop, from where he came out of on the street. So let's assume he's not a world-class sprinter, because a world-class sprinter can cover 100 meters in about 10 seconds. This is a guy who's supposedly carrying a 43-inch long Mauser 98. He's in tennis shoes, jeans, and a shirt, certainly not what Olympic sprinters are wearing. He's not coming out of blocks. He's not running on even terrain. He's running through grass and trees. You can call it 45 seconds to get there. Then he's got to stash the gun, roll it up, put it in the bushes, change clothes. Another 2 minutes, maybe? So we're at 2:45. If he comes back on frame, that should be like 3.5 minutes later, right? Give or take. Maybe 3 if he's super fast. So did they have him coming back on camera? If so, was it 3 minutes later? And was he wearing different clothes and he didn't have his gun anymore? Something tells me they know the answer to that question. And the reason they cut the footage off before he crossed the street, before you saw him take a right, before you saw him go across the street, before you saw him take a left, wherever he went, I think there's a reason they cut that footage off. I went back and watched all this week. This is what I did. This is what I do. I go back and I watch all this and I say, why are they cutting there? 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 He walks up to the street and they cut it. Why? Obviously it doesn't fit their narrative. So I'm gonna anticipate he did not go to the woods. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say he did not go to the woods. And that's why they cut the footage. I think they saw him. I think they saw him continue on wherever he was headed. Maybe he took a left and went up towards the library. I don't know. Maybe he crossed the street and went into the neighborhood. Maybe he did go right and get off the frame. But why wouldn't they have shown you that? If that's what happened, why didn't they show that? Do you remember the footage very early on? It came from Phil Lyman's aunt's house. Phil Lyman's aunt's house. It's the footage that had Tyler walking down, I think it's 800 North. I think is the name of the street, maybe 50 something like that. But he's walking down the street and he's limping. And he kind of crosses the street right in the front of Phil Lyman's mom's house, and he continues on, and then he goes out of frame. Well, he doesn't really go out of frame. He actually goes to the end of the frame and stops once again. He's always stopping, waiting, talking. I don't know what he's doing. He's the stoppingest criminal I've ever seen. Most criminals have a mission. They're going in, they're coming out. Not this guy. Not this guy. This guy's hanging around. Stopping at the top of a parking lot structure for a minute. Stopping at the end of a driveway for some unknown reason after being caught on camera. Stopping on the roof for 10 or 15 minutes for God knows what. We have no idea what he was doing, if he was operating alone. Charlie Kirk was already on stage. What are you waiting on, big boy? You're here to release the boom switch. Let's get going. What are we waiting on? The only thing that's going to happen for 15 minutes is you're going to get caught. You're going to get caught. That's the only thing that can happen. There's no upside to hanging around unless you're not alone. Unless you're not alone. But do you remember that footage where he's walking and he limps? Well, after the event, I think they had it at 12:29 on their time stamp. You see somebody scampering behind the houses across the street. He's in full black. He's in black top, black bottom, or maybe dark blue bottom. He's, jeans or black pants or blue pants, and a black top, and he's scampering through back there. 12:29. Now we're told at 12:24.5 he comes down off the roof. And then he walks out to the street. Falmina tells us he goes into the woods. She doesn't see him on camera. He leaves the camera frame, but she's confident he went to the woods. Because that's where they found the gun, of course. Went right to the woods. And then he's got to change clothes. Now he's got to scamper back behind there, and he's still wearing black. If he changed clothes, why is he scampering behind Phil Lyman's neighbor's house in all black? You tell me he changed clothes into exactly what he was wearing before? Well, this black T-shirt is going to be suspicious. Well, they put on this black T-shirt, they'll never suspect me. That was a weird choice of. It was a weird choice of clothing check. You might as well have saved the time and not done it. I mean, so the narrative already begins to break down. You'll notice they did not introduce any of that footage at the preliminary hearing. Him limping in, him scampering away. They didn't put any of that in there. They told us about it. They told us about it. They didn't introduce it. Because if you introduce it, you can start asking questions. Remember after the event. After the event. Well, first, let me go back to the change of clothes.
I mean, it's not going to stay.
They're confident he changed clothes over by the gun. They testified he changed clothes back there. But what did he put on?
Dude, that is
Did he go back to maroon?
crazy. It's
Did he go back to
literally
maroon,
just from a
like everybody
deformed
else
fucking
did?
rib.
They all wear maroon? Or did he go back to a long sleeve black shirt? What did he put on? Why can't they tell us? But you remember after the event, Officer Bagley testified he had a gut feeling that the shot must have come from the Losi Center. So he races over to the Losi Center as racy as a guy his size can be. Not a very racy.
Crazy.
But he races to the Losi Center. He climbs the Losi Center. Daggum body-worn camera footage just fails. It just dies at the most inconvenient time because, lo and behold, he was just about to discover the only thing that ties Tyler Robinson to the roof. Which
My
is
arm is raising up. That's
crazy. Now, we didn't learn
crazy.
about the red and black screwdriver until
Just
September
popping your
15th.
rib in place.
On September 11th,
Crazy.
when we first heard about the screwdriver, it was in the bushes. By the 15th, it had migrated.
What time
it
is
flew
it?
through space. It had violated space-time continuum and it made its way to the roof. That's where Cash Patel
I
tells
need
us
to
it's
check my
located.
kit.
But then we looked at footage from Life is Driving and we saw there were like 4 other cops on the roof. Did any of them have body-worn camera footage on? If so, where is their footage? Why can't we see their footage? Surely somebody captured this amazing screwdriver discovery. Surely somebody walked over. Shirley Bagley was like, "Yo, Smith, get over here. Take a load of this." You telling me he bagged it and tagged it himself? He discovers it and his body-worn camera footage just happened to have died? And then he made sure everybody stayed back at a safe distance, and then he made sure to take care of all the evidence himself with no cameras rolling, and only then would he allow other people to approach the area? Is there anybody at all who has body-worn camera footage that can show me that screwdriver? Because I don't believe it was there. I don't believe they found it there.
Doesn't
I
want to
think
go
the
all the
initial
way
reports are
like
accurate.
this
It
one
might have been a
does. But
screwdriver near the
man,
bushes,
that's
but I
a
think
lot
that would be the
higher up
original story.
than I could
Is that
have
the
done
screwdriver was down at the
yesterday.
bushes. They needed something else with his DNA. Something else to put
Crazy.
the gun together. They had to have the story compact. Speaking of body-worn camera footage, there was an officer Goforth. He did not testify. Again, no one testifies in this thing. Officer Goforth didn't testify, but someone said that Officer Goforth had encountered Tyler Robinson at 12:36 a.m. near Campus Drive. And at
No,
12:36
not
a.m.
enough.
on
No, I
Campus
wish I
Drive,
was
when
high.
He makes this initial contact.
Should probably go
Something's
take
off,
some
and it feels a
RSO.
little weird.
I got a house
So this
trucking.
trained officer, rather than looking at the license plate, writing
So
down the entire
now I
license
have a
plate,
house.
just writes down part of it. Even though he felt like something was weird, he doesn't detain the weird guy. He doesn't get the weird guy's entire license for him. He just writes down part of it. Did he have body-worn camera footage rolling? Can we see Tyler Robinson in the body-worn camera footage? Can we have him turn? Does he turn and show as he's approaching the car? Does he
If I can
show
feel
the
that
license plate at all?
tightening.
Can we go back and look and make sure that was the same Tyler Robinson, the same Dodge Challenger? It's a weird encounter. I think it's designed solely to put Tyler Robinson in that location at that time. Because then 9 to 11 minutes later, I can't remember if it was 9 or 11 minutes later, that's when Miss Nobles picks him up on the Nest doorbell footage camera. And on the Nest doorbell footage camera, there's a bald guy and 3 passengers. That's what she tested. That's what she said in her statement. So why did she think she saw a bald man and 3 passengers? Why haven't we asked her? Why wasn't she testifying? Why don't we have her statement? Why won't she give a statement? I know.
Yeah, it's a pain in the butt to go to the chiropractor.
She's as friendly as the day is long until you tell her that you'd like some information, and then she hangs up on you. Why? Why not just be honest?
My dad sat on me when I was a newborn, and so I have deformed ribs. And because I have, my ribs are like this, and like smooth and normal on this side, but there's like a hard angle here, and because of that, it fucks.
You can't tell exactly what's going on, and you just
Anyway,
trust
it's a whole thing. But
You don't wanna see him
I
go.
remembered that I
You know
could
he went to the woods,
pop
but you
my
can't see
rib, like adjust it a little bit, and it'll stay for a little while. So I just did that for like 10 minutes. I just like adjusted my ribs,
It wouldn't make sense
and
to me
it worked.
if he went to
Like
the
I have
woods, he
way
would-
more mobility in my left shoulder than I normally do.
In a minute, I'll pull up the
Normally
map
I
and I'll
can't
show you
raise
why
it
I
up
say that.
any higher than
But
right
if you're going
here.
to the
Like
woods,
this
why are
is
you running
as
to
high
the
as I could
behind
usually
us?
get it, but right
You
now
just killed a man. You're holding a gun.
I can
You're
get
gonna
it
run
up
into
to
a
there
busy
before the
intersection
shaking
instead of
starts.
just walking behind some buildings and then crossing the street when no one's looking.
So I've gained a little bit of mobility.
You're gonna go stand by the side of the road instead of going down a little bit further down. It just doesn't make sense. It is almost as if he did not go to the woods, and they know. I'm telling you right now, if he crosses that street, he did not go to the woods. He didn't go to the woods. Because if he crossed the street to go to the woods, he would have to walk down the busy street, rather than walk behind the buildings. And
All of
come
the
out
muscles
and then go to
who,
woods. I'll show you
the
what
muscles
I'm
that
saying.
have
You'll
been
look at it and say,
utilized
"Oh, that story doesn't
to
make sense." This is a
avoid
guy who spent at
using the
least a
ones that
week
are like
plotting this.
not,
He was
you
gonna take
know,
the secret to his
that are
grave. He had it all
underdeveloped,
planned out.
they keep wanting
He
to
had a
take
doctor and
over,
everything.
and when they do, it makes the shoulder blade
his plan was
pop
to
out
jump
like
off a
that, and so I'm
15-foot
trying to
building,
keep it
hopefully not.
holstered in place
And then
and
scurry
use
to
the
a
muscles
busy
while
highway
the shoulder is
where he's
holstered
gonna
in place.
Walk down the road with a gun in his hand? Are you out of your? That's the story.
So I'm
we're
trying
telling?
to develop a muscle like right here.
I think the reason
That's
they
the
cut
muscle I'm
story,
targeting
the
right
spin-off
now.
is because he did not go.
It is a permanent issue, yes.
He did not go into the woods. That's my guess. That's my gut
But
instinct.
I'm
Again,
convinced
rewatched
that
the
I
entire-
can gain mobility in my left arm and strengthen my body in general. And so I don't have as many, like, I have a lot of pain from the other side overcompensating, or the muscles around the underdeveloped muscles overcompensating. And because of that, I am hyper focused right now on developing the underdeveloped muscles that have not been utilized. I want to wake them up and strengthen them so that at the very least, I have muscle brain awareness, you know, so I can activate the muscles that need to be activated and prevent myself from having issues from lopsided overcompensation, or even because I have hypermobility, so like I'm just overly flexible in my joints, and because of that, my body can accidentally, you know, like overstretch if the muscles around the joints aren't strong. So I'm just really trying to fix that right now.
Every time they introduced video testimony, I pulled all the video down, watched it all. And I kept asking myself, why did they cut it there? Why did they cut it there? Why did they cut it there? Every time they cut something, it was to hide the
I can only do a
fact that he
couple of
did not do
push-ups.
what they said
I'm
he was
still
going
gotta
do,
build
or
the
he did
muscles up
something that
more
they don't
before I
want
can
you
just
to
do a bunch of push-ups
I
to make
promise
myself
you that's a
stronger.
fact.
You have to get to the point where you can do
We'll
a
find
couple
out.
of push-ups,
As long
or
as
it just
Tyler
doesn't do
Robinson stays
anything.
alive, we'll find out.
If you only can do 1 or 2 push-ups, like, you might as well be doing other things that you can actually do more of.
I'm gonna uphold my end of the bargain.
So,
If he gets on
push-ups
that
are
road and
coming.
communicates with nobody, I'll donate $1,000 to 2 people. I might add it. If he turns right and doesn't cross the street, I'll add another thing. That's the only way he'd be going to the woods. He would not be crossing the street. going to the
Well,
woods.
I think I'm gonna skedaddle off of this live stream. I'm gonna call my husband, situate what time I'm gonna bring Elliot to his house, and
Said that Tyler
I think I'm gonna
Robinson
take a
was
nap.
arrested.
Gonna call my kid in for
If he
dinner.
saw the note at 11 p.m., he left
Maybe I
it
should
on
make
the
dinner.
Lo and behold, there's a note under the
Let's go
counter.
make dinner instead of turning off the live stream.
He opens up, he lifts up the keyboard, he sees the note, he reads the note. Lance brings his testimony.
wanna
He puts
make
the note down, he cannot remember what
kind
he
of
did,
like
I don't know
a
what he saw.
a chicken pot pie,
Later
maybe?
learned the note allegedly was burned. This alleged note allegedly was
Turn
burned.
the air off.
We saw these pictures. And we also saw picture the note. In one of the strangest pre-admission note sagas in criminal history, Somebody wrote out an admission before they committed the crime, detailing that they were at least going to be involved in the crime, if not do it themselves. Left the note to be found, got away with the crime, and still alerted the person to look at the note. And then the person who receives the note doesn't know what happened to the note. But he took a picture of the note. Because what person would not immediately take a picture of the note and then not preserve the note? Wouldn't it make more sense? Imagine if you were living with a roommate in college or after college, in your single life, and your roommate confesses to some crime. There's the note. Maybe you pick up the note. But don't you make sure you know the note? If the note, you think the note's going to be a pretty big deal, you just don't put the note down and walk off and like go sweep the floor. I smell some animal crackers in the kitchen. That note will be there for a while. It's not good. You get the animal crackers swept up, and you think, the trash is full. You dump the dustbin into the trash, you tie off the hefty sack, you throw it over your shoulder, you walk it out to the bin, throw it in the bin, you walk back in. You think, oh man, there's a light out of it. Hey, you walk into the utility room, you get a 60 watt, you look up there, that's a watt, you look up there, that's a 100 watt. Walk back in the utility room, get a 100 watt, walk in, put the light in. What was I doing? I can't remember. I'm gonna go to bed. It's getting late. I know I slept till 1 o'clock. I haven't done anything all day. But I'm gonna go to bed. This whole murder thing's a little weird for me. I'm gonna sleep it off. No, nothing about that makes sense. You wouldn't take a picture of it. You would preserve the note. You would preserve the note. I would think you would immediately put it in a Ziploc bag, put it in a book that you knew where it was on the shelf. You would hide the note. You would preserve the note. You wouldn't just leave it on the desk and say, oh. Here's a picture of it, though. I thought it was important enough to take a picture of it. The reason I bring up the note is when we showed the note, well, when they showed the note had a date on it. The file name had a date on it. It was September 15th. Was the the picture taken on September 15th? Because if the picture was taken on September 15th, it was actually two different file names. It was a date on the left-hand side and another date on the right-hand side embedded into the file name. If there were two different file names or two different date identifiers on that picture, and both of them said September 15th, what day do you think that picture was taken? And the reason I raised the issue is the police supposedly raided their place the next night. Wouldn't they have found the note? Or found the ashes of the note? And wouldn't the metadata on his phone, when he shows the picture, wouldn't it say September 10th, 11 p.m. when he took the picture? Maybe 1 a.m. on September 11th, when a couple hours later. What does the September 15th mean? We don't know because they weren't cross-examined on the September 15th. I was a little disappointed. And then who burned the note? Lance said he never saw the note again. Are we to believe Tyler came home and burned the note? Of all the things he was worried about in the moment, he burns the note? But then, while he's in there burning a note in his house, Lance doesn't remember it? I mean, I would remember if somebody set a fire in my house while I was there, right? But Lance doesn't remember he burnt the note because he never saw the note again. He doesn't know what happened to the note. I would say, well, I know what happened to it because he burned it when he got home. He went, immediately found the note and burned it. Oh, this is evidence I committed a crime. I didn't get rid of this. You didn't take any pictures of it. I mean, you think you'd have a conversation about the note? The notes would kick the whole thing off. No, not these guys. Not these guys. So who burned the note? When did they burn the note? The note's important because the note would have DNA on it, the type of ink that was used, you would be able to do handwriting analysis, how hard did you push down, was it actually a note, was it some AI program that you printed off that was designed to look like a note because you fed it with a lot of handwriting and said how crappy a note that says this. Speaking of people who should have heard it, you know we never got a dead body in the preliminary hearing? We never saw it. I'm not suggesting I want to see that. Don't be wrong. It's not the point I'm making. But the point I'm making is we're sending this guy to trial for his life. His life is on the line. You want me to believe he killed Charlie Kirk. What's the one thing, the most important thing you gotta put? That he pulled the trigger. It's not the most important thing in the book. You gotta show me that. Should be the easiest part. I saw that dead body. It was cold. I'm the doctor who pronounced him dead. I'm the medical examiner who sliced him and diced him on the autopsy. I'm the officer who was in the room when they did the autopsy. I identified him, and then I watched the autopsy. He's dead as a wedge. You know we never got that. We never heard from anybody who saw Charlie Kirk's dead. Not one person. Not one person. You have an emergency room physician who would be overseeing the emergency room in Colorado. You have Dr. Lee Trotter, who's a plastic surgeon, an emergency room physician. So that's at least two doctors who should have been able to sit up there and say, I saw the dead body, I was there when it was cold. Maybe staff coming in and out, maybe they would be, I mean, that's probably not the best witness. I think the guy who called the death would be a pretty good witness. We have a medical examiner. We're told there was Sergeant Barrett present at the examination. We can't find him. Sergeant Barrett's close. Sergeant Barrett, as far as I'm concerned, why did nobody who interacted with Charlie Kirk's dead body testify that he's dead? Nobody. Instead, we got a cop who never saw him alive with it. Name's David Hull. And David Hull read off, or he refreshed his recollection using a paragraph off of the medical examiner's report, where the medical examiner report said that he was dead. Then he died from a gunshot wound. Homicide. He was a gunshot wound. Originally, Hull said murder, and then they were like, no, it doesn't actually say, he can't make it. Well, we're making so much else up here, and anything that really matters. Put a little literary flourish in it. Add a little color. Make it a little purple. Man, it was too boring. It was just a sea of beiges and creams. I decided to add some spice. I used the word murder. No, spice. Can't say it. You gotta tell us what's in the report. But I thought that was interesting. The guy's on trial for his life, and not a single person who interacted with Charlie Kirk's dead body was there to say, he dead. He did not make it. He did not make it. Those are some of the questions. Those are just a few of the questions. That's not even all of them. But the biggest questions of all surround the cuts on the video. And I'm here to tell you right now, I've watched a lot of these cases over the years. I've been involved in cases. I've never in my life seen something like this with a trim video footage. Play the video. Play the video. What are we waiting for?
Let the spices bloom, Merriman.
Play the video. Show me the 15 minutes he's on the roof. Show me him either turn right and go towards the woods or cross the street and not go to the woods. Where did he go? Where did he go? I said Barrett, not Barrett. I was not in Utah on September 10th. I was comfortably in I wasn't on the phone with his security staff, like Ben Shapiro and Nathan Simpson. That team. No. I was with you. Learning lesson. Refreshing websites, going to X, going to message boards, looking for anything I could find. I'll tell you what I'm talking about in this 9:15. It might not be the clearest thing you've ever seen because it's faint, but it's stuff that's good. You see that right there on the top right? You see my mouse moving with white margin up here on the right with a series of digits? There's something that some four-letter word, and that's not four-letter word. It's just four letters, M-A-G-E, I think it says. And then there's an underscore, and it says 2025-09. And looks to me like 1.5 or 1.6. So to me, that's 2025, the year, 09,
Could just make it all.
the month, and then
It's
even
gonna
the
go
15th
bad
to
if I
16th.
don't.
Okay.
I'll give it
So when you
some
come
to
over here,
How much salt is
on the
in this?
left-hand side, all the way to the left,
Not
see
too
this
bad.
right here? It says 9:15:25.
Floor.
1:08 p.m. So what are these two series of numbers? What are these two series of numbers? Because I would at least have liked some cross-examination on what those numbers mean. Because if that picture was taken on September 15th, Tyler Robinson didn't do this. He's being frank. Period, end of story. If either of those two numbers means that the picture was taken on that day, Tyler Robinson being frank. Because Tyler Robinson was in custody. And the note has been done. And how'd you take a picture of a note after the note's burned? Who burned the note? It would not make sense for anyone to be a part of the note at that point. So I want to know what that 9:15 is. Now, about the medical examiner not testifying, it was a little. There's a little. Now, let me play this. Let me show this. Go down to page 18 of this file, paragraph 2. This is the defendant's motion to vacate or continue the preliminary hearing pending discovery. So it's a discovery. In other words, you haven't given us everything we need in order to adequately prepare for the preliminary hearing. And the state's response typically was nana nana boo boo. I mean, that's basically all they said every time. We don't like you, we don't love you, we don't care for you. We're not going to show you anything, so hush. But let me make it big enough so you can see. I want to show you why this is important that we didn't hear from somebody who had something to do with his dead body. This is the defense's file. For instance, at the March 12, 2026 meeting. So this is 6 months and 2 days after Charlie Kirk's testimony. The state indicated that it intended to introduce the autopsy report into evidence without any supporting expert testimony. So 6 months and 2 days later, they're like, "Oh yeah, when we go to the preliminary hearing, we're just going to file some paper. You're not gonna do anything. You're not gonna cross-examine. You're not gonna look at it. We're just gonna put it in, and you can get over it." The autopsy report completed on September 16, 2025 was not produced to the defense until November 13, 2025. The autopsy photographs taken on September 10, the day he passed away, were not produced to the defense until March 18, 2026. Let me key in on this line right here. The autopsy photographs were taken on September 10th, 2025. Charlie Kirk died on September 10th, 2025. You remember when we showed you on September 11th news camera footage from outside the medical examiner's office in Taylorsville, Utah, which is just south of Salt Lake City? There were news camera footage there, and they had been posted up since before 5 a.m. and they were there continuously until after 5
The bus
p.m.
definitely looks different.
And they never saw the body. No one ever saw the body, which was a little bit of a shock at the time, because we know he left the hospital. There was a parade of cars that included a medical examiner, a mortuary transport service, the family, and others. There was like a parade of, 10 or 20 cars. And they all left Timpanogos Hospital in Orem, Utah at 8 p.m. And they headed to Taylorsville. You gotta drive to Taylorsville, you're in a train of cars, you gotta turn into the office there in Taylorsville, you gotta back the transport van up to the door, you gotta get, 6 grown men to carry him out and put him on a stretcher and wheel the stretcher in. Now you gotta prepare the body, you gotta get your team assembled, your team together, you gotta identify everything. They were already doing this before midnight. All the photographs We're done before midnight. Now keep in mind, autopsy photographs are not just of the body beforehand. If you've ever seen a series of autopsy photographs, it is all during the autopsy, particularly around wound inspection. You might have x-rays, you might have all kinds of stuff. All completed before midnight, according to this paragraph right here. That seems awfully fast. I challenge the state of Utah to show me another example of an autopsy that was completed.
Elliot, the best thing is happening, you guys. The absolute best possible thing ever. By hanging out with other children, Elliot is realizing how lucky he is, how good he has it, how spoiled he really truly is, how he gets things that most kids don't get to have. Even though he doesn't get everything he wants, he's able to see now that most kids live, a lot of kids live rough lives, and he's actually lives a pretty soft life that is, he's well taken care of, well loved, well comforted. And he's actually realizing, like, oh shit, dude. Like, my parents are actually working really hard to make sure that I'm having an awesome childhood. Wow. It makes me feel good. I'm raising him right. Don't be weird, please. My salt out of this. Nah, I want you to build up. Turn it down. 350. 350. Right there in the middle. Let's get so stoned right now. Oop. Goodbye, yellow brick road. And there's something in the words of that song. Oh, that smells so good. Elliot ate all the marshmallows, so on here? Oh, no. How am I supposed to get all that out of there? This, like, weird little thing goes through there. That's not supposed to happen. Can't say that I'm a fan of what's happening here. How am I supposed to get all that out of there? This thing goes through. Like, what? Well, that's lame. Oh well. Waste not, want not. This is for a future Heather to worry about. Those chocolates are so good. Oh my god. Can't believe I made that. Oh yeah, skin's gonna come off soon. Can't wait. Can't give that to the dog because he's allergic to chicken. Pretty lame. alien balls.
I don't believe he was declared dead for.
All the records that I heard were like all one-sided. But I'm an actor and I was a poet, so I felt like if my story is to be believable, I have to tell the multifaceted nature of a human being.
No one knows, John. Why are you watching this?
They're compassionate at times.
Is it on the back? Hurts.
A man could be violent, he could be made to be violent at times, or he can be peaceful at times. And I wanted to show that. I wanted to show the different sides of human beings, and more specifically, young black men.
A 2012 article in Vibe magazine describes a night in the fall of 1994 at a restaurant called Frederick's. Sitting together were three actors: Tupac Shakur, John Enos III, and Mickey Rourke. At the time, each represented a different kind of celebrity. Enos was still trying to break through. He was best known for comedy work on In Living Color and a supporting role in Death Becomes Her. He had just landed his first dramatic leading role in Over the Line, a thriller that came and went with little attention. Then there was Mickey Rourke. Rourke was a movie star, the kind of actor whose reputation often seemed bigger than the films themselves. He'd worked with some of Hollywood's biggest directors. Just months earlier, he had famously passed on the role of Butch in Pulp
I need to get
Fiction.
cotton
It
undershirts
went
to wear to work. I can't wear these shirts
And then there was
anymore.
Tupac. Unlike the
I'm
other
getting
two,
like
Tupac
little
wasn't known primarily as
zips
an
from wearing
actor.
this fake
He was
material.
a rapper, a cultural figure, a lightning rod. And by late 1994, he was also becoming something else. An idea. That night, Rourke was flipping through an early edition of the New York Post, and whatever he saw on its pages set him off. According to those that were there, he stormed into the restaurant bathroom and trashed it. Then he left. Following behind him were Enos, Shakur, and New York Daily News reporter A.J. Benza. Benza later recalled what happened next. He said, Mickey was like, the New York Post wants a story? These motherfuckers want a story? Tupac was egging them on. Give them a story. The group walked outside and laid down in the middle
dirty
of the
air.
street, waiting for a car to run them over.
Meanwhile, it's like all bent because I put it in a ponytail while it was still
Four
wet.
grown men stretched across the road in the middle of the
It
night.
has a bend in it.
And they obviously didn't want to get run over. But that was never really the point. The point was to be seen as the kind of person who would. This is something that would become a staple of Tupac's mythology. Not necessarily recklessness itself, but the performance of being fearless. It made for great stories. It made for great headlines. And it made Tupac larger than life. By 1994, he understood the power of all that. But his story doesn't begin in 1994. It begins much, much earlier. So today, we'll start at the beginning and talk about Tupac's passion for performance, for acting, and the role that changed his life. Afeni Shakur knew who her son was before he was even born. Sitting inside New York's Women's House of Detention, awaiting trial after she and 20 other members of the Black Panther Party were arrested in a pre-dawn raid and charged with more than 200 criminal counts, Afeni was pregnant. While in jail, she penned a letter to her unborn child. It read, "I've discovered what I should have known a long time ago, that change had to begin within ourselves. Whether there's a revolution today or tomorrow, we still must face the problem of purging ourselves of the larceny that we have inherited. I hope it's to you, because you are our only hope." At 8 months pregnant and just 24 years old, Afeni represented herself at trial. And in May 1971, after just 90 minutes of deliberation, a jury acquitted the Panthers. Weeks later, the same Parrish Crooks was born. A year later, he would be renamed Tupac Amaru Shakur. His mother would go on to say, "I wanted him to have the name of revolutionary indigenous people in the world. I wanted him to know he was part of a world culture and not just from the neighborhood."
She made her break this afternoon from the prison in Clinton, New Jersey.
The Shakur name carried weight in the 1970s. In 79, his godmother Assata escaped from the Clinton Correctional Facility for Women in New York, thinking that the Black Liberation Army, an organization composed of former Panthers that Afeni was a part of, had something to do with her escape. Tupac's childhood homes became the target for FBI surveillance. In a deposition years later, he would say, "In my family, every Black male with the last name of Shakur that ever passed the age of 15 has either been killed or put in jail. There are no Shakurs, Black male Shakurs, out right now, free, breathing, without bullet holes in them or cuffs on his hands. None. And when you grow up believing the world is already watching you, you learn how to give it something to watch." Tupac booked his first acting role at around 13 years old. The National Coalition of 100 Black Women had commissioned a production of Lorraine Hansberry's A Raisin in the Sun to help raise money for Jesse Jackson's presidential campaign. Produced by the 127th Street Repertory Ensemble in Harlem, the play told the story of a Black family struggling for a better life in 1950 Chicago.
Is it the right amount of zeros?
Tupac was cast as Travis Younger, the young son of Walter and Ruth.
Golly, Grandma, you're rich.
It wasn't a major role, but he approached it like it was. Pulled from his authorized biography, director and founder of the ensemble, Ernie McClintock, later recalled, "His attitude towards the work was so positive and so committed for someone his age. He learned his lines in nothing flat, and he was able to respond to direction immediately and well." McClintock taught him how actors transform, how to step into someone else's skin, how to create a character and make an audience believe it. On opening night at the Apollo Theater, Tupac stepped onto the stage, and he discovered something that would stay with him for the rest of his life.
I'm a star,
could be an
mommy.
escape. Years
Tupac
later, he
was
reflected
gay
on that
as the day is
experience.
long.
Do you have the show business bug as a young? I mean, I caught it then, but at the time, it just seemed like a fun thing.
The whole
to do,
thug life
'cause I
thing was an
13,
act
but
to
I caught the bug,
inspire
and I got
the
on
youth
stage and all those people was
of the
clapping.
90s
So that's when I
to be
got it.
criminals.
But really, I just enjoy expressing myself. Anytime I
Sony
can express
Music
myself, I can let
conspired
some of
with the
pain go
prison
from a child to a Black mom. So
system.
By the early 1980s,
The heads of the
crack
prison
had begun tearing through urban
to convince
communities
the
across
youth
country like wildfire.
to willingly
Neighborhoods were
fill
changing
up
almost
their
overnight,
prisons.
and families were being torn apart. The promises of the previous generation's activism were colliding with the new reality of addiction, poverty, and violence. Afeni, a woman who had once defeated the system single-handedly in court, had become deeply disillusioned. After the trial, she never returned to the Panthers, and her marriage had fallen apart after learning that Mutulu Shakur was not Tupac's biological father. She found work as a paralegal with Bronx Legal Services, but the optimism that had fueled her activism was fading. Many of the people she had fought alongside were either dead, in jail, or in exile. The revolution she devoted her youth to seemed increasingly distant, and somewhere along the way, what began as recreational drug use became addiction. And although Tupac was a gifted child, having performed with a respected theater ensemble and even appeared before the nation's first serious black presidential candidate, he didn't get to bask in the glow of New York's theater scene for long. Later that year, Tupac, his sister, and Afeni left New York for Baltimore. In the years after the Black Panther movement was systematically taken away, a new cultural force began to emerge from the same neighborhoods that had once produced activists and revolutionaries.
You kids know how to rap? Yeah, everybody knows how to rap.
If the Panthers had given young black people a political language, hip-hop gave them a cultural one. It was a way to tell stories, build identity, and be heard in a country that often refused to listen. The music captivated kids in New York, Baltimore, and beyond, and Tupac was one of them. As a child, Tupac learned haiku from Mutulu. As hip-hop exploded in popularity, those poems slowly became lyrics.
There was concerned citizens and action. 200 people from Penn Lacey, Govans, and the Waverly neighborhoods. They packed the Faith Fellowship Christian Church to talk drugs. People should continue to turn over key information to police, especially if it means...
My God, I didn't know peas could be this good.
In 1996, he auditioned for the Baltimore School of the Arts using a monologue from A Raisin in the Sun. He entered the
Buttery.
school as a theater student, determined
Delicious.
to become an
Oh my God, I
actor.
could eat this.
But around campus, he was becoming known
Nothing
for
else
something
but
else
this.
too. He could rap.
Back in the J-Town, I bet they didn't know that Tupac would come up and I'm never going down.
At the time, hip-hop occupied a different place in American culture. The biggest stars were artists like Curtis Blow, Run DMC, and LL Cool J. Rappers could be tough, but they could also be playful, romantic, fashionable, and theatrical.
He knows I made
For someone
food.
like Tupac,
Here he comes.
there wasn't a contradiction between being a rapper and being an actor. In fact, the two skills seemed to complement one another.
What a surprise.
Looking at him wasn't necessarily like the type of cat that I would even like deal with, you know. But as soon as he approached me, he was like a magnet. It was like once you paid attention to him, he kind of sucked you in.
Tupac would come to really enjoy acting.
Can I help
and
you,
approved
sir?
An escape from the pressures of his home life. Plus,
So
he was
I'm making,
gifted, but his
it's
academics
chicken
took a
rice,
backseat to the
and then
social
I
and
got this
artistic life he had built for himself. And while facing academic
had a phone call. Hold on, I'll tell you about my dinner here in a second. Dude, these peas are so freaking good. Holy crap. I've never been to rehab. So, anyway. I used this chicken pollo asada seasoning. There's white rice, beef, or bone broth, and this chicken leg that I had frozen. So I'm just kind of waiting for the chicken to finish cooking, and once the chicken is finished cooking, we're almost there. The leg is opening up. As soon as the chicken is done, I'm pretty much just gonna pull it off the bone anyway, so. Yeah, we're there, dude. Give it another second to get super soft. Yes, I was on the phone with my husband. Oh my God, Edward, how did you know where I'm at? That's terrifying. Yeah, I know. Okay, dinner is done. Let me call my kid. Okay, 5 minutes. I don't think you're gonna eat that. The dog might eat that. Interesting. I need one of those spoon-shaped holder things. So just the ambient heat from that is gonna finish the cooking. I know, he's outside with all the boys. Do you wanna go outside too? Go ahead. Here. Go. Go. Go, say hi. Go outside. Go outside. Here, watch out so you can go outside. Let him go through. He's afraid. Maybe. Are you gonna go outside, Orly? Oh, good. Here comes a cat. Okay, he doesn't want to go outside. You didn't eat the apple, buddy. You licked the syrup off it and you didn't eat the apple. Typical. These are really fucking good peas. Holy shit. Blown away. Don't open it, don't open it. No, she's gonna go outside. She's gonna go out. She's gonna go out. She can't go out at all. I know, she just can't come outside. She's not a very nice cat. Hey, Elliot! Little kid just opened my door and almost let the cat out. Is the chicken finally done? It looks done to me. That's really good. Elliot's gonna hate it. Easy. sure the chicken is completely cooked. And just to be sure. Orly, you're not gonna eat this at all. Hey, be nice, boys. Be nice. Okay, you're being nice. You're being silly. They're fighting. The brothers are fighting in a playful way. They just caught me looking and stopped. Dang, that's delicious. I wonder what I can add to it to make it a little bit less, like, spicy. Elliot's not going to like the heat. I wonder if I put it in a burrito. If I put it in a burrito and added cheese to it. Excuse me. I want to make dessert now. What do you want? What do you want? Yeah. Rice and chicken. He wants something sweet. He's like, what you making in the kitchen? These boys know to expect sweet things from my kitchen. And that makes me very happy. I wish food wasn't like so much. All right, Elliot, it's time. It's okay, Orly. They're just playing. You know. Remember when people stop, I'm trying to. When people are here, you're setting an example. What's wrong? Why do you have me? Stop squishing your head. You need to drink water. You're having a heat stroke. All right, guys, everybody's got to skedaddle. Make sure to close the gate.
Hey, you want to hang out?
No. You got to get in the tub, and you got to go eat dinner. All right, listen. The fact that you're having a headache right now, you need to stop.
Headache because of the sun.
Levi, will you make sure the gate gets shut when you guys leave? Elliot, inside now! God fucking damn it, this child.
Come on, see if you can understand me.
What am I saying?
Huh?
What am I saying?
No, what?
That's what you're saying.
No.
I love you.
Poo poo fart fart. Listen, poo poo fart fart. It sounds like fart.
Take off
Sounds
socks. Go splash some water. Hey, listen. Wash your hands for dinner. Look at me, please. I just need you some acknowledgement. Wash your hands really quickly, and while you're washing your hands, splash water on your face so that you can try to cool yourself off, because you are literally like one stage away from heat stroke, bud. You're pushing yourself way too far. Poo fart fart. This motherfucker.
You gotta pay the cheese tax.
Wow, that was a big fucking hunk of cheese. Here, Mama. Don't take money's cheese.
Soup. I smell chicken broth. Is it soup?
No.
Aww.
You want soup? I did make chicken stuff.
Yeah, chicken soup.
Chicken burritos.
Or that.
I know, but you're gonna have to eat dinner and then take a bath. And then we gotta go to bed early because we have big day on the morrow.
Mom, are dirty.
Yeah, I guess that's true, but still. Trust me on these. Taste them, and then before you say nothing, because these are literally the best ones I've ever had in my life. This is still quite warm.
Wow, it's very hot.
I just burnt my fingers. Nothing. Talking to myself, baby. I'm burnt myself. You wash your hands?
Yes.
Okay, good. Oh, okay. I thought, did you splash some water on your face?
No.
Oh, well, you probably should because, your face is so damn red. Another fire?
Huh?
Another fire? Just get out of that. So damn good. Oh my God.
Can I have some water?
Sure.
Soda.
Let me cut your burrito in half.
Soda.
Yeah, you got some in the fridge?
Isn't it broken?
Yes, it is, but,
Oh, it stinks in there.
yeah, it does.
Well, not.
Oh, you've already started eating it, so I don't want to cut it because it'll goo out both sides. Yeah, it smells like fermented mango because there's a mango fruit in there. But I'm afraid to empty the garbage or throw everything in the garbage because if I throw everything in the garbage, then it's going to be stinking up the garbage and then an animal's going to get into the garbage. So I just have to deal with it. Tomorrow they're coming to fix it. They've got the part and they said they'll be here tomorrow, so. Yum. No acetal. Very true. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's why I exercise every day. It's not fair. I complain every single day how it's not fair. Some girls are just born with asses, and I have to work so hard to still have barely nothing. It's unfair. Dude, with cheese in a tortilla, that shit is fire. It almost tastes like, you know, with green chilies and chicken enchiladas. It tastes like that, almost exactly like that. It's crazy. He's eating it. I can't believe he's eating it. I'm gonna pack some of this up and bring it to Josh because he would like some of this too. He likes those I think they're called taquitos. They have at the 7-Eleven. It has a similar tasting filling. Or maybe it's the burritos, the chicken and cheese burritos from the gas station. It has a very similar taste to this. Good job, Heather. Very proud of myself. I tattooed my face on the 15th year of me owning my own business. I mean, obviously the gas station burritos aren't great, but what they're trying to pull off is what I have successfully done here. It tastes like a green chili and chicken and cheese enchilada is what it tastes like. This is the sauce. The inside filling tastes exactly like the green chili, the verde chicken. You want some apple pie for dessert? Apple pie for dessert? I can make you a chocolate quesadilla if you want. I mean, I can really make anything. I just don't know how much I feel like doing, you know? Chocolate quesadilla? Okay. I can hear the sounds that are, I can hear sound, but I can't hear like. It's alright, we'll be there in the morning. Oh shit, Heather. I mean, yeah, I'll give you all your keys back except for the car key. I don't need anything except for the key to the car, or Josh. Did you hear it? Did he hear me? Tell Dad what Mom made you for dinner. Did you eat did you try the peas, babe? They're good, aren't they? They're fire, aren't they? To the moon with deliciousness. He's inside for the night. Oh. to me, lesbian she-girl. Guess what I put in there for you? Other than boogers. Did you hear me?
Yeah.
Guess what I put in there for you?
What?
Other than boogers.
Huh?
Other than boogers.
Marshmallow and chocolate?
Nope. We don't have any marshmallows. You should know that better than anybody.
The marshmallow paste.
Nope.
What?
Keep guessing.
Oh no. White chocolate chips. Huh?
I can't tell you if you can't guess. Jesus.
Chocolate chips? A white chocolate?
Yep.
Huh?
Yep. Yes, indeed. Correct. You've guessed. You are a genius, child. Fly away, oh, fly away. Hey, wait a minute. Where did that thing I was using to listen to things go?
What?
I just realized the tablet was missing.
Yeah.
Ow, touch the pan. Yes, right to the edge. It's so funny because I'm like basically like a Christian trad wife, compared especially to trap bitches. I don't let my kids run around be bad. I'm raising a respectable young gentleman. Do we have any good movies on VHS? Do we have anything good to watch on VHS? We don't have nothing? We have Homeward Bound. That's good. That's really good. Listen, I might have complained about the purchase of the white chocolate chips, but it's really good in this. We have a VHS, a DVD, VCR. white chocolate chips take it to the next level. Yeah, I was just kidding when I said that earlier. I don't live in New Hampshire. Hey, wait. That one's mine. Starting to get a little bit of a perspective on how other kids live their lives, huh? How you're so lucky. Everyone doesn't have the cool stuff you do, and the freedoms you do, the independence you do, and the kind parents. I don't like banana and Nutella together. I don't really like banana and chocolate together. Unless it's a frozen banana covered in chocolate. I do like those. A little bit. Bananas and peanut butter go better together. Well, Mr. Fusco, I'd like you to go ahead and put yourself out there on the internet while you're standing in your own home minding your business. I don't give a shit if people think I look greasy. I know that I just took a shower and slathered myself in Vaseline, so what you think is irrelevant. It doesn't change the facts. I don't care if I look greasy. I covered myself in Vaseline. It's kind of the point. You want to go fill the bath up? Why don't you bring your watch over here and put it on the charger? You can have the last bite, Elliot. Let me see your watch, baby. That exercise machine thing outside is turning your skin and clothes red. I'm sorry, big boy. I wasn't calling your name, but I guess I can give you a couple peas. I'm just afraid that everything has garlic in it. Hello, right here. Orly, right here. The sophisticated dog who eats food off the fork. All right, let's go run the bath for the baby. At the end of the day, Edward, you having that opinion, and I'm in agreement with you just for you know, just for context. But at the end of the day, these people genuinely do not care. They don't care what we think about them. They think in their head that they're smarter, that they're more sophisticated. And the irony is that they're literally in a YouTube comment section talking shit, which that in and of itself exhibits to us all the type of people we're dealing with. I like it when people tell on themselves. I don't want to make the mistake of thinking someone is a kind, worthy of my attention individual, when in fact they are not. Hey there, Toodles. They're coming and installing my new carpet tomorrow. Make sure everything is out of here. All right, babe, come on. I'll do this in the morning. Come on, babe. You can push the stool away a little and put your tablet on the stool. I'll get you a hand towel so you can dry your fingers off if you need to tap the screen for any reason. Yeah, that works. Here, use this to dry your fingers off. Well, that's kind of why I suggested putting it there, honestly. Just to make it a little bit easier for that. You can just put them on the ground. I'll come and get them in a little while. Oh, are you busted trying to get his food? We got a Trixie dog. Is that all you know how to say, Colby? Who's obviously not, like, you're exactly the type of person that I'm talking about. And whoever said, and at what point did I say, everybody wants to get with me? People want to get with me. I never said that. You're just a bot. Why is my lights flickering? What the fuck? Alright, well, dinner's done. I exercised a little bit. I cleaned the kitchen and then dirtied it right back up again. Elliot's in the bath. He needs water in there. Water. Oh, I need to switch this around. Alright. Yeah. Yeah. it's just weird. Like, does YouTube put trolls in or bots in the chat, or is it like some outside service or force or something like that? Jewel, his name is Julio, ironically. I call him my Julio. But, you know, like, is the AI YouTube, or is the AI, you know, Israeli bot farms? I just don't know. But either way, like, well, the fact that I'm visually offensive makes me walking rage bait, which is why I earn an income on social media, because people cannot help themselves but comment on my appearance, which I get paid for every comment that every comment here, I get money. Every view, I get money. So I'm getting paid for the rage. And it's just funny because, like, I don't have to do nothing. I just stand here and, like, I cook food. I make dessert. I exercise. I clean my house. I do hobbies. And that is enough to just completely bait many 12-year-old men, boys, into commenting. I got you some water here. It's really warm in here. I'm gonna leave the door open so that you get some air circulating in here. It's a bit much.
No, I have more water because the water was too cold.
The water was too cold, really?
And then it was hot.
You fixed it though, right? Yeah. You adjusted it though? You did a good job. Gonna have a little cozy time. I might even close my eyes. Ooh. I'm gonna allow myself to take a little nappy poo. Get my hair out of the way. All right, come on, puppy, get in there. All right, y'all. I think about that when I meet people, or when I see people on social media. Sometimes I think that, and 9 times out of 10, the person is like, "Oh my god, that's so creepy." And it's like, oh, I'm a girl, and I can say that. Like, you know, I'm not trying to have some parasocial relationship with anybody, but I just know that we'd be good friends if we ever met, you know? No, Edward, don't be weird. You're not allowed. No one's allowed to meet me in real life. Unless you are a mother, a single mom specifically, or a mom in a solid married relationship, and you have children my son's age, and you're also local. Those are the only people I will meet. Anyone who tries to meet me outside of those parameters is what is the word I'm looking for? Is crossing a boundary, and that in and of itself indicates, somebody that I don't really want to be around, because people who respect people's boundaries are the people that I want to socialize with. So anyway, we can be friends on the internet. All right, anyways, I'm gonna go take a nap and scroll social media. I'm gonna be one of you guys for a little while. Check out my favorite YouTubers. And I'll see you guys later. Thanks for hanging out.